shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind darkness gone. The chaos watches when the not seeing clear. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second journey of common sense. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the faith. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, shot and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the mortal chemist man. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, treating keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I became the chaos of foes with pretend. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Bow your head to the beast that controls the dawn. Sensing now of reason with the ball-crushing block. If his bull runs empty, the shadows will consume. The world cracks open, ushering down. So leave the command, don't deploy in a core. If you know what's good, feed Morty the overlord. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Defeating the chaos of every sense. Strong against the darkness, rising defense. He's here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
Alright, welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lunch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Happy Friday, everybody. What is going on? Who do we got in the building? Shout out to Blueberry Street. We got Wicked Dream. Welcome. Shout out to Tijuana Boulder Jumper. Very good to see you. How are we all doing? And yeah, if you saw the thumbnail, we're gonna have some fun. Shout out to SpeakeaZy and JS Urban Adventures, who did this debate. When was it? A couple weeks ago, and I've been holding it. I've been holding on to it because I wanted to use it for a Friday stream. It was before I got my strike. That's how long I've been holding on to this one. Yeah, this is about a month old. So be ready, because we are going to love it. But as always, of course, it is Friday, so we got to start out with Lutch's Links. I just got one for you today because I really do want to jump into the debate. But let's see. So let's get this up ready to go.
Europe, for the most part, is
and so you may remember that when all the initial Europeans were coming to the U.S. for the World Cup, they were all like, "Oh my God, American culture is this and that. I love this. I love that." And I was just making the point that, oh, okay, so that ends the debate, right? It's not white culture; it's American culture, because it's the Europeans. When you say white, you're talking about the Europeans, but they're the ones coming here saying that this shit is awesome. So it is not white culture that the world loves and needs. It is American culture. So dilly dilly to America. And, you know, the World Cup is still going, but now there is yet another aspect that shows me it is not white culture, but American culture that makes us the best in the world. As always, if you cannot hear the video, let's try that one again. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
ignored air conditioning for their entire.
Take two.
Europe, for the most part, has ignored air conditioning for their entire existence, and the heat wave has gotten so bad right now. They're telling their residents to put yogurt on their windows because it is a innovative trick to cool down your home. Bus drivers are just passing out in the middle of driving their buses because it's so hot. Not even the buses have air conditioning.
God damn.
People are lining up outside of appliance stores in
This is
France,
wild.
and they are bum rushing them like it's Black Friday in 2005 at Best Buy
Remember those days? Remember those days?
to get fans, not even air conditioners, fans. I mean, I'm trying not to laugh because there's been some deaths. Every single day, they're setting a new hottest day ever in France. Here's a look at a lot of Europe's heat wave and a heat map. France recorded its hottest day ever yesterday with an average temperature of 29 degrees Celsius, which is
I know if we have any Europeans or non-Americans here, you already know, so don't say it. But take your guess. Take your guess before he says it. What is 29.8 degrees Celsius? How hot do you think that is? World record hottest day ever in France. What do you think that is in Fahrenheit? I need one guess before we go. But god damn. Fuck the historical building nonsense? What do you mean? What you talking about, Willis? Someone give me a guess. 29.8 degrees Celsius is how much in Fahrenheit? Nobody? Tijuana said 95.
Fahrenheit. It's like 83 degrees.
83 degrees.
But it did hit like 40 to 43 degrees. Okay. And Fahrenheit, which is over 100. And they have
yeah, right. Like that's just a normal day. And you know, like a lot of people from Arizona and the Southeast are saying like, oh, we got up to 100, whatever. But Arizona 100 is not. It is not the same as Florida 100. That is there's a big difference. That humidity. Many don't have AC because they live in historical buildings. Gotcha. And so they can't upgrade it. Oh, that makes sense. Well, getting left behind.
no air conditioning. A bus driver in France crashed today because he fainted due to the heat having no AC in the bus. People are diving into a lot of like the rivers throughout Paris, France, and other places, and they don't know how to swim, and they're drowning. Like there's been 40 instances of deaths like this. The cardiac unit.
Yeah, I mean, especially. I mean, what's historical about the buses? At least, cool the buses. Like, god damn. Like I said, that was only 94. The real feel was 111. Yeah, that humidity will fuck you up. Do you know what I said? My sister lives near Joshua Tree, and it gets to 114 lately. Yeah, these Europeans, they're weak. They're weak. American number one.
Of a hospital in Germany where people recover from heart surgery is measuring at 100 degrees. It's only 15 years old. Is this a third world country?
Basically. Shout out to Olivia. Welcome. So the moon landing happened. So we got somebody who said it happened. And Blueberry said space is fake and gay. Ladies, don't kill each other. We are just checking out how Europeans are weak and American culture is superior than whatever you say white culture is. And then we're going to get into it.
Is Europe a third? Here's a tweet from someone in French. I realize I haven't been complaining enough to sum up the situation.
It says translated from French. I was like, don't you mean in France? But no, I got it. Okay, sorry.
44 degrees Fahrenheit outside, 47 degrees inside, which is like over 100 degrees. The Wi-Fi has been down for 3 days. My induction cooktop no longer works because it detects overheating. And there are some air conditioners in Europe, but Germany's public broadcaster actually put out an infographic this week discouraging people from using AC units because they
The climate,
merely
right?
displace heat, which would be replaced by more hot air. Instead, they recommend unplugging electronics, rolling up carpets.
Let me put that to a poll before we start. So, as always, I like to do an opening poll and then the same poll at the end. I always forget, but
And
jeez,
bro, I have to stop laughing because like people are dying.
People are dying, but it's still funny.
But I mean, what's going on over there? Europe? I'm sitting here with the interns, and Elisheva just goes, "Were you born in the 1900s?"
You were.
No.
Yep.
The 1900s?
You were born in the 1900s?
Technically.
Yes, I was, but like that's not how I was born in the 90s.
Of the moon.
Stop! You guys are like what? 22?
No. 22, like 2022.
No, how old are you? You're 22.
All right, young bucks. So that's all I have for you today for just links. I, because of the fact that I have started my Substack, there's a lot of stuff in there that, is fitting in there. I'm really excited about that. Again, guys, if you haven't heard, I did start a Substack channel. Or page, whatever. Right now, it's just basically exactly what we were talking about. Once a week. That's it. I'm not trying to, whether you see the stuff on my community tab or this, that, I don't want to be blasting all over the place. I really care about you guys looking at the stuff that we just missed throughout the week. And just a little bit more stuff that I can talk about, that I don't have to worry about the algorithm. I can just be like, oh, I really just wanted to share this with you guys. So that is the link there. It is absolutely free. And again, it'll just be one email a week. I got one this week that I think is going to be pretty cool. Now, of course, we're gonna, it's gonna take some time to figure out exactly what, exactly what I'm doing there. So give me some grace there. But speaking of which, if you remember the last stream, we tried to do the members only after party through Discord. We're gonna try that again, but we're gonna do it where I'm gonna leave the StreamYard thing, and then everybody who wants to is gonna be in Discord, and then I'll share the Discord, so there's no delay between the people watching. Anybody watching that you can hear. So we'll all be hearing it at the same time. Obviously, there'll be a little bit of a delay, but similar type of delay as you're hearing right now. So look out for that. And I forgot to give Morty his the cap to his peanut butter. So I figured, hey, if we get a $10, then instead of just a little piece of treat, we'll give him that. All that is good for tonight. Of course, you guys know we have the movie night goal. We are almost there. And, of course, the stream goal of 15 donations of any amount or a total of $75. That will get Morty a special treat, more peanut butter, and I will have to do push-ups. I felt like wearing a hoodie today for whatever reason, like my Bud Hub. Oh, that's my Bud Hub. It's not Pornhub. It's Bud Hub. So I'll get all that shit in. Shout out to Sweet Tooth. Welcome to the party. I don't remember by name. Johnny Dessa. No, I'm not familiar with this guy. Let's see what he's got. But first, oh my goodness! Shout out to Tijuana Border Jumper off the fucking rib. You got peanut butter. Hey! He's like, this is it. No, we can get more. We can get more. Not only sponsoring the stream early on, but that meets our goal for the first hour to keep the entire stream ad-free. Thank you so very, very much. Everybody put Tijuana Border Jumper in the chat. Thank you so very, very much. How much to get Morty a steak dinner? How much does a steak dinner cost? Like, I don't know, $75. We'll go 30. If you guys go 40, I'll go 30. We'll get him some steak. I mean, this is basically, this is the same quality as steak for us. But yeah, if you want to do that, we could do that. I remember Funkmaster was like, I'm gonna, what's your butcher? I'm like, bro, do I look like the kind of person who has a butcher? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about here? Thank you again, Tijuana Border Jumper. Let's see what this guy is all about. and then we'll dive in. We'll just check his.
I'm Johnny Palmadessa. I'm an independent journalist, and Donald Trump is trying to delete me. From Chicago to Portland, from D.C. to Los Angeles to Minneapolis, where I am here right now, documenting the ongoing National Guard deployment and Donald Trump's lawless ICE raids, we've been speaking truth to power. We have reached tens of millions of Americans throughout our efforts, catching the eyes of everybody from MS Now to Reuters, and considering that Donald Trump has a pretty bad record when it comes to freedom of the press, example 1 and example 2, you ought to bet he doesn't like what we're doing here, which is why I've gotten suspension after suspension, violation after violation, and shadow ban after shadow ban in the aftermath of Donald Trump's administration buying out TikTok. So if you support independent journalism, then you're going to go to the link in my bio, subscribe to my YouTube, Substack, Instagram, help us continue speaking truth to power, and make sure that you follow, drop a comment, and share this video.
All right, so he, doing the same kind of deal. Now he's in the algorithm, so I'm absolutely sure that I will see more and figure it out. Hey, for the steak! Thank you. And of course, another treat for the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much. You guys are amazing. We didn't even start yet. And with that, we shall do it again. If you can hit the video, please do let me know. Thank you so very, very much, guys. Let's fucking rage. So we got, as you can tell, we've got JS Urban Adventures as we did land on the moon, and SpeakeaZy saying it's all fake. And we have the poll up with 67% of you saying we did go, and 33 saying no. Let's see if minds are changed.
Start now. All right, cool. All right, guys, the prompt of tonight's debate, did we land on the moon? The answer is a resounding yes. The fact that this is even up for debate is sad. It demonstrates the dumbing down of not just the American.
Oh, well, there you go. So put you in contact with Funkmaster, and he'll be like, okay, how much for this? Send it over, and we'll make it happen.
American population, but apparently about 20% of the world. Before I dive into the substance of this opening statement, I want to do a little semantic clarification by defining the word we in the prompt. When I say we, I mean patriotic, red-blooded American excellence.
And so again, did we go to the moon? So that he's saying we, meaning patriotic, red-blooded American excellence.
Specifically, the we refers to 12 great men: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Pete Conrad, Alan Bean, Alan Shepard, Edgar Mitchell, David Scott, James Irwin, John Duke, Eugene Cernan, and Harrison Schmitt.
Oh yeah, guys, we got to think of what's the drinking game where every time they say something, I go and take a drink if you catch my drift. We got to figure out something fun.
Since most of these men weren't the most camera-ready public speakers and didn't do a great job.
How about Neil Armstrong? Every time Neil Armstrong comes up, I don't know. Let's figure it out. Help me figure it out.
Since most of these men weren't the most camera-ready public speakers and didn't do a great job retelling of their experiences, I'll do my job to defend the honor of these American
We can try it,
heroes.
Might
With
be
that
too
said,
much.
allow me to explain why I know we landed on the moon before refuting what I consider the only good argument against the moon landing, and ending with some predictions.
Yeah, the moon's going to be too often. That's going to be way too often. We need something a little less, if they say hoax, that's a good one. Do you want to say they refused to swear on the Bible that they that they didn't walk on the moon, or that they did walk on the moon? They refused to swear that they did, right? Shady stuff. I like that. If they say, let's say hoax or conspiracy, let's just keep it with that. I think that's a good one. Hoax or conspiracy, and we take a hit. I mean, obviously, you take a hit whenever you want, but I gotta stay somewhat functional.
What I consider the only good argument against the moon landing, and ending with some predictions for this debate. So how do I know we went to the moon? Let's take a look at the facts.
So let's do this. Let's do it this way. Any type of cliche. So we'll keep hoax, but any type of cliche, like they if they say it was in a pool, if they bring that up, oh, that's yet another that one counts. Let's just keep it loose, because I kind of want to smoke, and I don't want to spend too much time thinking about reasons to smoke. So if you call it up, that's one. We should smoke for that. Let's do it.
So how do I know we went to the moon? Let's take a look at the facts. After World War II, with the Soviet Union breaking ground quite literally in the aerospace field, America, knowing that the final frontier of space would be a strategically important area of dominance, joined the space race by committing to landing the first man on the moon within 10 years. The USSR having already launched the first satellite in 1957, the first animal in orbit also in 1957, the first human orbit in 1961, the first woman in space in 1963, and the first spacewalk in 1965, was dangerously close to reaching the moon first. But America had other plans. On July 20th, 1969, NASA successfully landed the Apollo 11 lunar module, crewed by Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, in the Mare Tranquillitatis, or Sea of Tranquility, on the moon. From the years of 1969 to 1972, NASA successfully landed 6 Apollo missions on the moon. This project was a huge undertaking, with 4 to 4.5% of the federal budget, totaling nearly $30 billion throughout the lifespan of the program.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain. There's an inkling that I could be wrong. I'm pretty certain that Easy is not a flat earther. He just thinks that the moon landing was, or at least the footage was faked. Reading a narrative doesn't prove humans landed on the moon. Yeah, but he's just open. Let's see.
And the help of thousands of private companies like Boeing, Rocketdyne, Raytheon, IBM, Motorola, and GM, and a total of over 400,000 workers engineering, designing, and manufacturing equipment, America didn't just win, we destroyed the space race. Apollo 11 was viewed live worldwide by more than 650 million people. By the end of the mission, we had procured over 11,000 video and audio recordings, warehouses of telemetry data, 842 pounds of moon rocks, planted 6 flags, and left the Apollo lunar experiments package with seismographs, heat flow probes, and laser reflectors to extend our study of the moon. Sadly, all of this came with the loss of 3 American astronauts, Ed White, Roger Chaffee, and Gus Grisham, who died in a fire on Apollo 1, and will likely have their graves spit on sometime throughout this debate or the after panel. Ooh. For most of this information, I will be sourcing original NASA documents, but if you have a problem with that source, it's a good thing that every news article from every news outlet, every scientific body, every university, and every government in every nation on the planet has already extensively studied and corroborated all of these claims for the past 60 years. Now that my proofs are out of the way, I want to take a moment to pose what I believe is the best argument for the opposition. You may be shocked to learn that I, too, was once a starry-eyed moon landing denier myself. And there's one question that led me down that dark and stupid rabbit hole. Why haven't we gone back? Well, the simple answer is we did 5 more times. But why didn't we keep going back? Like, why don't we have a moon base and commercial trips to the moon and moon cities and flying moon cars yet?
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what we want. And so, Blueberry Street saying, Olivia, why don't we have 4K on the moon? And I'm pretty sure Artemis did not go to the moon, and definitely wasn't having people on the moon. And so remember, I'm at least for our poll, I'm specifically talking about humans setting foot on the surface of the moon, not going around, not being near, not technically having the technology or anything like that. Was a human foot, obviously not a bare foot, but was a human foot placed on the surface of the moon. Shout out to Glowing Dog. Welcome to the party. I'm pretty sure the moon is fake news. I'm pretty sure the moon itself is not fake news, but the landing itself, I really don't know. I've gone back and forth over the years. And I like that this could be this is a fun conspiracy. It seems like every single conspiracy ever has become politicized, and that is fake and gay. Oh, Sweet Tooth, my apologies. Let me add you to the banner.
Moon base and commercial trips to the moon and moon cities and flying moon cars yet. These are the things I would question after smoking a joint.
Okay, well, I mean, we have to for that. We'll keep it playing. No, wait, I want you to you can hear it. Dilly. Oh, is this going to mess up the sound? It's clogged like a motherfucker. Let's go.
The answer to this is simple and a bit boring. People have short attention spans, and by Apollo 12, public interest had plummeted. By the end of the Apollo missions, most news stations didn't even air the landings live. Less public interest led to funding cuts from 4% of the federal budget to 0.5%, which is where NASA funding remains today. Priorities shifted towards space stations and satellites and technological developments toward the future, cheaper, safer, and more reliable, and most importantly, reusable rockets. And with no real need to go to the moon, our focus moved towards those things. I can easily dismiss the why don't we go back argument by simply observing the amazing advancements made in aerospace technology over the course of my life.
But wouldn't that, if we've gotten so much more advances, wouldn't that give us more reason to go back? We said the reason no moon base exists is money. That definitely does make sense to me. I mean, they're interesting questions, but there's a difference between having a manned NASA mission and consumer flights just going back and forth and having hotels and stores and stuff there. He was being a little tongue in cheek and I was following along with it, but yeah, I mean it makes sense that we don't have that. Blueberry said, faking the trip to the dark side of the moon, only Pink Floyd went there on acid. Shout out to the wall. Glendorf said, I will say, the argument that the Van Allen radiation belt is dangerous because of radiation doesn't take into account the type of radiation in it is gamma and barely affects humans. Tell that to the Hulk. And that's the best argument, in my opinion, to argue the moon landing is fake. Well, there we go. And so again, if you have not voted on the opening poll, we are now, we got 9 votes. And by the end, I want to see if anybody has changed their mind. Definitely not a lack of public interest, but a lack of money. Yeah, Starbucks ain't footing that bill, right? Shout out to equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Said, liked, and shared. Oh, thank you so very, very much. Again, you guys know that stuff is free. It's easy. It just takes a second, and it doesn't even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it by sharing it, they will show it to more people. Thank you, and welcome to the party. The best argument against the moon landing, government involvement. True. Best argument in favor, Dennis Rodman. Well, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Stuck right in the middle. Equality, if you have to pick the poll that we have on YouTube right now, humans set foot on the surface of the moon, agree or disagree? Humans set foot on the surface of the moon, agree or disagree? They would be first. They would be first. Them or Apple?
The amazing advancements made in aerospace technology over the course of my life. I've been to Kennedy Space Center. I've watched multiple rocket launches from Cocoa Beach, Florida. I've tracked the ISS orbiting from horizon to horizon with my naked eye. I followed the news and I know about the 10,000 active satellites currently in orbit, the 2 manned space stations, and the plans for future solar energy collectors the size of cities. You may see all of this as sci-fi fantasy, but I see it as human ingenuity in action. After the successful launches and returns of Artemis 1 and Artemis 2, as well as private companies like Blue Origin and, of course, SpaceX, who are currently contracted with the specific mission of landing people on the moon in much larger reusable rockets, why haven't we gone back doesn't seem like such a compelling question anymore. I've watched countless...
I mean, it's still a compelling question. It's just, that's an interesting answer, but that doesn't knock it down completely.
Moon landing debates, and I anticipate this will be a good one. But I don't think my opponent will have anything to say that I haven't heard and prepared for. The moon landing deniers usually argue in the same way in these debates. My arguments and rebuttals to my opponent's arguments will likely be met with incredulity.
And another agree that we set foot on the surface of the moon from equality.
Deniers will often just ask questions or jack off all over the debate.
Huh.
If I don't have the answer to a pop quiz question, then I obviously don't know what I'm talking about.
Got him.
And if I adequately answer the question, then the opponent may just laugh and revert back to incredulity and math and science hard, bro.
Good point. There's nothing viable there to go back. Like if there's no atmosphere for things to be there, and we already have the moon rocks, then what do we need to go back for? Shit ain't cheap. I mean, we're talking about all the money that goes out of the country. You want to take the money out of the goddamn world. Yeah, I mean, hey, you never know. You never know. And exactly as Equality said, the government. Anything the government does, you gotta question. Yeah, he's all about it. He's all about it. But when you see the people who have taken the time to look into this, you don't normally find people who are questioning. You find that the evidence presented either, I mean, it's kind of counterintuitive because of the fact that it's the same evidence, but people will look at the same evidence and either go in one direction or the other. I don't know a lot of people who are both informed about the details. I'm certainly not, and non-committal. I mean, I'm sure those people exist, but I don't know. We should put the Ukraine money into the space program. I am down for that. Blueberry Street said, I have photos from 3 weeks ago of the moon not moving in the sky in the same place until the sun comes up. Psst. From our perspective, that's every single night.
I expect my opponent will be more good faith in that and actually take a stance.
Wait. What do you wait. What exactly do you mean? Because I was thinking they have the dark side of the moon. The moon always is facing the Earth. But that doesn't sound like what you're saying though. The moon not moving in the sky. So you're looking. So we have two stars here, and the moon is supposed to, it's similar to the sun. The sun rises and sets because we're spinning, and the moon is also it's spinning, and so it's not the same exact thing. But it's not supposed to stay in the same exact spot over the night, is it? Now you got me confused. All right. If I look at the location of the moon in the sky, and I take observations of where in the sky it is, and I don't see any movement over a 3-week period. Is that normal? So yes, it can be completely normal depending on how and when you're observing it. Here are a few possibilities. If you're looking at the same time every night, you actually should see the moon move significantly. It shifts eastward about 13 degrees per day relative to the stars. So after just a few days, it will be in a noticeably different part of the sky. Over 3 weeks, it will have completed almost an entire orbit around the Earth. If you're looking at the same clock time, at the same time on the clock. If you're looking at the same time every few weeks or day, you may not see it at all on many nights because the moon rises about 50 minutes later each day. If you're looking at roughly the same position in the sky, but at different times of the night, then it's possible you're seeing the moon when it has rotated into a similar position because the Earth is rotating. So that's where it is. So if you're every night at 10 o'clock, then that could make sense. But I don't know. Let's keep that in our back pocket. Let's see. Well, I know it moves, but perspective-wise, I didn't know if we would expect it to be in the same spot. So I'm going to star this. We'll come back to this. And of course, when we say movement, we don't expect to see the moon be moving in a single night. But okay, so look who we got. A little bitch. So apparently this retard didn't understand. Link is dropped. Come on up. So the context being that I made a TikTok about replying to somebody who was saying that Walter White in Breaking Bad was sexist because he was so mean to women. And I was saying that's, of course, silly because he kills a bunch of men. And so somebody was saying all that. And then, I reposted it. And this person said yeah, it just stays in one spot. That's what I meant. So yeah, apparently I'm too stupid to be able to understand that despite the fact that there are more men in the drug trade, that's irrelevant to the larger point that Walter White is not sexist. I dropped the link already, brother. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready. It's all love, but that was funny. I just got here. Yeah, I like I said, I am very engaged with my chat because I like to talk to people. It's people like you that make me not want to do it. But if I'm wrong and I'm stupid, you have the opportunity to come up and show me. And I promise you, put a 1 in the chat if you would like to see me be proven wrong. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd like to see me proven wrong. First time ever, right? Well, that's not true. But no, so yeah, I mean, depending on, yeah. So the question is, were you looking at the same time every night? Or were you looking at different times? Because of the rotation, then that's why I'm thinking if you're looking at 8 o'clock tonight and you're looking at 10 o'clock tomorrow, then it might be in the same position from your perspective. Obviously, everything is moving around everything. Wicked's ready to make me look stupid. So we'll see. We'll see. I doubt that's going to happen, though. They all stay behind their keyboards and talk big. And then, I actually try to respond. And then they say stupid shit. And I get annoyed at stupid shit being said. Oh, you got rage baited. Yeah, you said stupid shit. What stupidity annoys me. I don't know. Anyway, diving back in. We got Deborah first. Welcome to the party. So maybe daylight savings is throwing these people up. Very possible. That shit throws me the fuck off. I want to say, I think, I forget which one it is, but whichever one has the latest time the sun rises, we should stay in that. I think that's like the actual daylight savings time, but the whichever one has the later sun.
I expect my opponent will be more good faith in that and actually take a stance. I also predict an underlying argument throughout this debate of government lies and a possible litany of easily refuted complaints relating to shadows, pictures and videos, dust, radiation, and out-of-context quotes from past astronauts and engineers. I heard my opponent claim that he would prove the moon mission to be, quote, fake and gay, which increases his burden of proof. He won't merely need to prove that we can't and never did go to the moon, but also that men going on journeys and adventures to explore the unknown are not brave or masculine, but actually homosexual. I plan on jettisoning this nonsense moon landing denial into deep space once and for all.
I like that.
The amazing achievements of great Americans will not be disgraced on my watch. In 1969, Neil Armstrong took one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind.
Well, that's why he's not joining, because he knows that's going to happen.
Now, in 2026, I'm hearing foreigners, but even worse, my fellow Americans, taking giant leaps backwards because a handful of nutjob ops came up with a cool story.
Well, I mean, I would be very much in the camp that you can't not believe that we went to, like, you might believe that some of it was faked and hyperbole and this, but obviously this happened until the COVID shit. That blew my fucking mind open as to how far they were willing to just lie to our faces.
Landing denial is an un-American, dumb lie, and today the moon landing deniers' only justified response will be, Houston, we have a problem. That's it.
All right.
That is a good closing. We got Lena G in the building. Welcome to the party. 100% fake. All right, we will see if Easy can give the argument. So before we dive back, well, you're gonna need to see it, but you know it's good.
I like it. Okay. So I'm gonna start mine off now. So first off, ladies and gentlemen, and to my spaceman over here. So tonight, I'm not here to play it safe whatsoever. Okay, I'm here to take the affirmative and say it straight. We did not go to the moon. All right, and before anyone gets emotional, no, I'm not saying rockets didn't launch. I'm not saying engineers weren't brilliant. All right, I'm saying the story we were sold, that clean, perfect, museum-ready version, does not match the level of proof required for a claim this massive. Okay, let's get real. If your buddy tells you he drove to work, you're probably going to believe him. All right. If
I like where this is starting because he's creating levels of believability and faith, because we're not, of course we can't know anything 100% for sure, and so you go into levels of credibility. And so again, as you're saying, if your friend tells you they drove somewhere, then that's not as high of a claim. You're probably just going to believe them just based on the fact that you know that they drive, you know that they have a car, you know that people do that, so on and so forth.
tells you he drove to work, you're probably going to believe him. All right. If he tells you during his break he fought a bear, climbed Mount
Alrighty,
Everest,
baby.
and swam the Atlantic Ocean, you don't sit there and clap and say good job, bro. No, you say cool story. Where's the fucking proof of all that? Right? When the claim comes, we left the Earth, crossed hostile space, threaded through radiation, landed on another world, relaunched, docked in orbit, and came home safely with 1960s tech, people suddenly turn their brains off and go, yeah, that sounds right. See, the bigger the claim, the higher the standard. And what we're being asked to accept is not one miracle. It's 6 miracles stacked on top of each other, pretending to be one normal story in a trench coat, right?
Well, damn, that I have not ever heard it put like
Perfect
that.
launch, perfect navigation, perfect landing, perfect descent, perfect docking, perfect return. Every single step with razor thin margins and zero tolerance for failure. All right. That's not just engineering. That's a perfectly written script.
No, I'm just going to throw this out now, and we don't have to talk about it for the rest of the night. But where is this skepticism when it comes to Christianity? Just saying.
Okay, let's talk about what that actually looks like in reality. They want you to believe on the first moonwalk, right? One man carried a backpack that handled oxygen.
Okay, hold on. I saw him use this before. I want to get a picture of this so we can look into it. Okay, wait, I gotta get the thing off. Okay. All right, got the whole deal. Now we're gonna put it over here. And then we can open it up and look at it. Copy image link. So right now he's talking about what's inside the backpack, but he's got a whole bunch of this stuff. So the first moonwalk, what's inside the PLSS backpack, volume available inside the PLSS, oxygen compressed. The PLS is more than just oxygen. All that doesn't fit, and so on and so forth. So I'll keep this open, and we'll see how much we need it. Well, according to Oppenheimer,
One man carried a backpack that handled oxygen, cooling, CO2 removal, battery power, ventilation, communication, and water systems all at once. I'll make this bigger for you after too. All right. Compressed
that's what she said.
oxygen makes the tank fit. Fine, I'll give you this. But oxygen is only one piece to this whole system here. That same system had to regulate temperatures, remove carbon dioxide, power electronics, circulate air, and operate flawlessly for hours with no repair options, no resupply, and no second chances. All right. That's not just tight. That's no room for error tight. All right. That's a whole damn life support factory strapped to a man's back. Okay. Now let's zoom out a bit. The Apollo.
Well, remember, we're not saying we didn't go there specifically. Well, I mean, I guess they are, but I'm having a little bit higher of a standard. Did we set foot on the surface of the moon? But good point.
Apollo command module, all right, by NASA's own information, had 210 cubic feet of habitable space.
Wait, the what?
Out a bit. The Apollo command module, all right, by NASA's own information, had 210 cubic feet of habitable space. All right. 3 grown men, about 8 days. Inside that space, you've got controls, batteries, oxygen systems, food, water, waste storage, radios, tools, and contingency gear.
Good question. Good question.
And not just stored. You have to access it all. You have to operate it all. You have to move around it and survive inside of it. Right? That's not a spacecraft. That's a metal closet packed with everything that can kill you. Okay. And every inch of that space had to be perfectly managed. No slack, no wiggle room, no oops, no oh shit moments. That's not allowed. Right. Now you had the environment, the vacuum, extreme temperatures, radiation exposure, navigation risk. You're not just traveling, you're surviving in a place that punishes mistakes instantly. Right? People talk about this like it was a road trip. right? It wasn't a road trip. It was a stacked pile of hazards from start to finish. And all of this happening during the Cold War, all right? It was the United States versus the Soviet Union, all right? This wasn't just competition. It was a global psychological war. Nuclear standoffs, propaganda campaigns, armed races, a fight for technological and ideological dominance in front of the entire world. Every headline mattered. Every perception mattered. Winning was not just about being better. It was about being seen as better. So when people ask, why would they lie? Why does a gambler bluff? Why do companies cook numbers? Why would a politician overpromise? More importantly, why
Or power.
does a superpower locked in a global image war have every damn incentive to declare victory first? Because incentives don't ask for permission. All right, let's talk about the evidence.
I definitely need to make sure I read these before I pull these up.
What did the public actually get? Grainy footages, limited broadcast quality.
But how would they know? How would they know?
What did the public actually get?
And again, going back to governments, maybe it's like, all right, we'll do this, that, and the other, but you got to say that we went to the moon. You never know. You never know. Again, guys, we did put up a new goal. Remember, it's there's just not a better way to keep everything collected and whatever. So the previous super chats do count towards this goal. It's not counted on this one. That's more of just a timer for me and for you guys to know how long before we go to the members only. So always pay attention to the banner if you want to know where we are with either the weekly goal or the stream goal. Thank you.
Mission. All right, let's talk about the evidence. What did the public actually get? Grainy footages, limited broadcast quality, missing and overwritten originals, and explanations controlled by the same institutions making the claim. And at the time, the average person had no independent way to verify any of it in real time. No global live feeds, no private space companies, no open source data access. It was just trust.
Yep. And so to be fair, Blueberry Street, when Wicked Zen, even Russia, so we went there, it was directly a thing that we were competing against Russia with. And so it's not that, oh, well, if Russia said it, then we must believe it. It's the fact that they would be the least, the least benefit. What's the word I'm looking for? But they would benefit the least by acknowledging that we went there. They would benefit way more by saying that, everything that ESC is saying. Tijuana said humans have never set foot on the moon. The Buzz Aldrin, you mean? We have Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. But didn't he say we didn't go there about 20 times? He said some crazy shit. And he's the one that's most outspoken out of all of them. And yeah, he's been very cryptic, but I think if I can remember correctly, there has been instances where he's like, did we go there? We never went there. I think I remember that, but I'm not sure. Shout out to More Guys Hammer. Welcome to the party over on Rumble. Said, liked, and shared again. Thank you. So very, very much. Again, guys, free, easy. It's so very, very helpful to the channel, and it does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link that you share. Just by telling the platform you want people to see it, they will show it to more people. Welcome. Said, but the Russians would have had incentive to humiliate the U.S. by calling BS. Right. So that's why that's why this is relevant here. Shout out to Charismatic Fiend. So the moon is plasma. That's two. He wasn't here before. The moon is plasma. No one can walk on it. So is the sun. Well, we will see. Make sure you get your votes in on the poll. Never said, hey guys, did they ever explain the slight atmosphere up there? Didn't the flag move? The flag shouldn't move if there's no atmosphere. I'm sure they're gonna get all into that. Welcome. Let's dive back in.
No private space companies, no open source data access. It was just trust. That's not independent verification. That's literally centralized storytelling. And before my opponent even says it, let me take his best, what I think is going to be more arguments he may add. And some of the things he said, all right? He may bring up the moon rocks. All you're proving to me is that unusual samples exist. Doesn't tell me anything about where these samples come from. So I'm just going to exclude that right away. He's going to say, we can see the landing sites from orbit. That's interpreted imagery coming from institutions. The average person is not independently verifying the raw data, right? He's going to say laser reflectors are on the moon. Sure, maybe. That shows reflective targets exist. It doesn't prove every detail of how they got there. He's going to say thousands of people would have to be in on it.
This is one that was very, very big for me. That like, well, there's so, and because I mean, directly from like the Neil deGrasse Tysons of the world, like, there's so many people would have to be lying.
Large systems are compartmentalized, and being part of something wouldn't mean you have to see the whole thing.
Bingo.
You may say that the Soviets would have exposed it, or all these other nations, only if they've had conclusive proof. Making a false accusation in a global rivalry like that would backfire massively. So silence is not confirmation. He's going to say the math works. The oxygen, the space, the systems. Pieces can work individually. The real question is whether everything worked together perfectly with a margin at the same time. He might even say, like, you know, this type of stuff is a psyop.
Damn, charismatic feeds in space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. And Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? And Alderan's not far away. Oh, it's Californication. A bunch in there, but I don't know. I really don't know. I wanna be confident one way or the other, and I am just not.
I don't care who says something. I care whether the evidence justifies the certainty. So that's not where my arguments come from. I don't care which conspiracy theorist is saying this and that. Has nothing to do with this. Here's the core issue. Every time you zoom in on this story, the space gets tighter, the system gets more complex, and the margins get thinner, and the perfection required gets higher. And yet the certainty people have never changes. The mismatch is the problem. And here's the final piece nobody likes to talk about. If this was mastered capability in 1969, why did it disappear? Why were there actually no continuous missions, no sustained presidents, no decades-long, through a decades-long gap? Real technology grows, right? This one didn't grow. It like showed
All right, what's his name? Terrence Howard. 1 times 1 can't equal 1.
up, took a bow, said hi, and disappeared. So here's my position, right? I'm not asking you to believe in any conspiracies. I'm asking you to recognize that when a story becomes so perfectly compressed, so perfectly executed, and so dependent on trust, that skepticism becomes the most rational response in the room.
I am dying not to keep bringing it up. But equality, you know.
Because when every part of the story requires zero error, maximum compression, and perfect execution, at some point, you're not looking at engineering. You're looking at something that needs to be believed. So Houston, you don't have a success story. You have a problem.
Got him.
We
Got
both
him.
landed with the Houston. Houston, we have a problem. All right, we'll just get into it.
Well, actually, yeah, let's do that one. There's one thing I want to say right from your opening to the Every Nation confirms it. You said something like that, like for this over the last 60 years, every nation's confirmed. But what you're describing is a consensus on like most scientific bodies.
I think that'll come in time. I don't think we're like just humanity and tech. I don't think the technology is there yet, but I absolutely believe it will be SpaceX that gets us to Mars. I agree with you that it's impossible to do right now, but I think eventually it won't be impossible. And I do think SpaceX is going to be the ones to do it. Shout out to 30 Seconds to Mars. Morgan's Hammer said it's insane to me that this clown can practically demand to snort moon dust while moonwalking naked on the moon before believing any of this stuff and also be a Christian. The greatest claims ever made that have no evidence, yet the credulity is invincible. I said I would put it down, but hey, Morgan, I tend to agree.
Like most scientific bodies, they didn't independently recreate the Apollo missions. They're accepting and studying and building on already established narratives.
So you're saying what burden of proof do you need? Like, so I have right here.
Good question. So first, I like the fact that they both had really good openings. Again, even though this is more a little bit more laid back and chill, fun moon landing one. It's not about politics. It's not about anything that deep. But they're still treating it, as a serious endeavor, and I appreciate that. And both openings very strong, very clear in what they want. Had that entertainment value and end on a strong note. Can't ask for more than that. Was charismatic fiend saying Northwest many words mean God or deity? referring as a proper name to any one of multiple major ancient Near Eastern deities. Well, did he change his name, or was that his given name? Because if he changed it to Elon,
Facts. July 3rd, Russian scientists examined a sample of lunar soil handed over by the United States. This is a quote from a Russian scientist. As for whether Americans were on the moon or not, I have only one fact. I looked into this matter. They once gave us a sample of the lunar soil delivered by the astronauts during that expedition. An examination by our Academy of Sciences confirmed that it is exactly lunar soil. That's Borisov, he said in the state Duma on Wednesday after being asked by an MP about U.S. astronauts landing on the moon. So they're studying soil samples that NASA brought back. They say this is, people will say, well, the moon came from the Earth. So
he did? Are you saying that? Or I think you're fucking with me.
They say this is, people will say, well, the moon came from the Earth, so it's the same material. Yeah, but it's not oxidized. It's not, they could tell that it's never been in Earth's atmosphere. So what did we just invent? Moon rocks?
Yeah, like what that says to me is that even like with the Russian scientists confirming it, that shows that there was a specific specimen of some samples labeled as lunar and moon.
Well, no, I was asking if he was named something else and then changed his own name to Elon, meaning a god or deity. Yep, I do remember that. That was a big thing with the Never Trumpers in 2015. That like, no Trump, never Trump. He's a Nazi. Yep, I remember that. Now it shows up in the chat. Trump was Trump. Trump was indeed Trump. Blue said, yes, I know people who buy space rocks for $1,000. Yeah, but we also know a bunch of chicks that, will buy a bunch of crystals and believe their astrology sign tells them the future. So,
some samples labeled as lunar and moon. That doesn't mean we got it from there. How does anyone independently verify that comes from the moon?
They could send a rover to the moon, get some moon rocks, and then compare it to the moon rocks.
Me and you can send the rover to the moon?
You can't, but companies can. You're going to have a lot. You could, actually, if you have enough money. Spend some of that super chat money and build yourself a rocket.
No, it's even the case that people who have...
So the point he's making is that, like, okay, there are people, theoretically, who can do these missions, but can you? Or is it people who are already approved by the same thing that is, according to Easy, lying to us about the whole thing? Tijuana Border Jumper said, soil doesn't prove we went to any planet and walked on it. Yep. Blueberry said, I'm not sure I'm going to remain friends with the said people. Uh-oh. It's getting crazy. Yeah. Well, dilly to that. Dilly to that. If you know. I do personally actually feel like moon rocks are a little bit indulgent. It's not really the best use of your stuff, but they are pretty fucking cool. Right. Shout out to Nikki. Welcome to the party. Very, very good to see ya. Your name was Uther. Uther, are you a Viking? I don't know. I don't know if that's a Viking. It just sounds Viking. But welcome to the party. Don't forget to hit the poll on whether you think we set foot on the moon.
Chat money and build yourself a rocket.
No, it's even the case that people who have those really big telescopes, they have certain shit that gets redacted, like literally in live time. They can't look at it in space because it's top secret government.
What?
Huh? What does that mean?
So you're
looking through just a piece of glasses, lenses of glass, and if you point it somewhere in the sky, it's blocked out. Gay, like that's kind of close, right?
It's top secret government.
So you're saying they point their telescope at the moon,
okay.
And it'll just not they pointed at the moon.
Pops up in their telescope.
Not at the moon, but in certain places in space, they do not allow you to see what's out there.
Well, yeah, because they might have space stations or satellites. They don't
I'm
want to.
guessing it has to do with maybe weapons, even.
Wait, but I don't understand. What is their sensor? Like, if you're watching this on a screen, like I'm not actually in front of you, but when you look through a telescope, you're just looking at the space that's there. I don't understand what that even means.
Okay,
I don't think we don't go high up. I do think we go high up as fuck.
Okay, so did anyone else track it? The Apollo missions was the first time in history that America worked with the Soviets because we had to match our telemetry data with their telemetry data because they were sending a probe out to the moon around the same time that we sent Apollo 11. So we had to compare our data. We didn't want them crashing into each other. So they compared information with Russia. We worked with the USSR we didn't work with them, but we sent them our
they
stuff.
collected their own samples of what they call lunar material, and it was like it matched on the like unmanned missions.
Lunar? I barely even know her.
Yeah, there's a university in the UK, the Jadrell Bank radar telescope.
Wait, JS, you just blew right past that.
Oh, sorry.
Unmanned missions, Soviets collected lunar samples, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now you realize you do not need a manned mission to collect lunar samples.
Right.
The lunar samples do not prove men on the moon.
Okay, but so you believe we could send unmanned missions with remote control robots that can drive around and collect dirt, bring it back to the ship, put it in the ship, and bring it back home. You believe all that?
I don't know if it's as far as.
Okay, well, then that's a red herring. So you don't even believe that.
There you go. Good call, JS. Seeing that, like, okay, if we're gonna say that, then that leads to this. Do you actually believe that? No. So then we don't need to go down that road. That's like, so just real quick, that's like in the abortion debate when people will talk about like, oh, what about rape or incest? It's like, okay, let's say I grant you those 2%. Are you willing to outlaw the other 98%? No. Okay, well then it doesn't really matter. Charismatic Fiend said the book Who Built the Moon was written by Christopher Knight and Alan Butler, who argue that the moon is not a natural object, but an artificial construct. The theory posits the moon was built by advanced intelligence, citing integer geometric patterns and a lack of heavy metals as evidence. Well, damn. That's quite a claim. That's quite a claim. And so all of these quote-unquote alternative theories have to mean that the government, NASA, they are straight up lying to us. Big claims. Big claims. We could dream that according to that logic, and what you see, what you see on a screen like this, the debate is fake. Well, I think it would be more like if I turn my camera off, it's restricted in the sense that you can't see. That doesn't mean I'm not sitting here. I don't really understand the connection to that. Hopefully they come back to it. I don't think JS really understood where to go with it either, and I don't think it was a strong argument either way. So that's why I think he let it go. But I do hope they come back to that, just because I don't really understand what you mean by things are restricted. Like that I could literally just look and something is blocked. Like, is there a physical thing blocking what's there so that you see the physical thing? That would make sense to me. I don't know. I'm going to ask GBT. Let's see.
I don't know if it's as far as.
Okay, well, then that's a red herring. So you don't even believe that.
Yeah, but the thing is, even if I believe it, I'll just say right now, I believe that you can do the unmanned thing. So you're conceding you do not need men on the moon to get lunar samples.
Sure.
Okay, so then lunar samples are garbage evidence.
Well, no, you're conceding that we got a ship to the moon with a remote control robot to collect moon dust, put it back on the ship, and bring it home. You're conceding that
they were able to send something out there and get it back.
Could send something out there, control it, remote control. So we have a signal to the moon where we control something with a remote control, and then get it back onto the ship and bring it home.
Oh, maybe it's possible, or they're sending something out.
Yeah, seeing believing, or is believing seeing?
Into just like really high enough to maybe, you know how we see the asteroids come into our orbit sometimes and they break up into little pieces, when you see it?
Hey, shout out to Colonel Quail. Welcome to the party. Let's take this. Whoa. let's take this a moment because I'm very confused as to when he said that people will look through their telescopes and there will be things that are restricted. I don't understand what that even means. And so I see computerized. There's not even a consumer telescopes censor or restrict any parts of the sky. There are a few reasons someone might think they are seeing quote unquote censorship. Computerized telescope apps. Many modern telescopes connect to a phone or a tablet. The app may only display objects in its database or may limit features unless you pay for a subscription. It's a software limitation, not a telescope blocking the sky. We have digital astronomy cameras. Some software removes hot pixels, satellite trails, or noise. This is image processing, not censorship. There would be Earth-observing satellites. Satellite imagery, such as massive military bases, have been blurred. Okay. Telescope mounts. Some robotic telescopes have a no-go zone to prevent the telescope from pointing below the horizon into the sun to avoid damage or into the mount itself. Again, this is to protect equipment. If the claim is that there are certain stars, planets, or regions of space that cannot be viewed through a normal telescope because they're being intentionally hidden, there is no credible evidence for that. Yeah, I have no idea what he could possibly meant by that. So we're just gonna throw that one away for now. My drone box out. Yeah, and so like if we're talking about digital stuff, then that makes sense. Like Google Earth, they have stuff like that. But he specifically said people look through their telescopes. Maybe it'll come back.
Yeah.
Right. So they could have collected these kinds of samples, right?
Well, that would be
maybe that's what they're calling lunar samples when they go and collect something from those
Just
things.
random space shit.
Yeah, we have got lunar samples from Antarctica because the snow is white. It's easy to see where lunar meteors hit.
Why
So
they gotta
we
be
can
white?
find lunar samples right here on Earth, so we don't even need to leave Earth to find lunar samples.
But those lunar samples have been oxidized by our atmosphere, so those samples don't come out the same way. So then when we get these other samples that are grammatically sealed in a case and then they're brought in
Grammatically or hermetically
into a special room where there's no outside interference or anything, we compare those to the ones that crashed into Antarctica. They're different. They're not the same thing.
They haven't been
science.
oxidized.
Yeah. One of them has never been in Earth's atmosphere. One has.
Oh, is it so they can't be deoxidized? There's not a process for that.
I mean, theoretically, yes, but no.
If we deoxidize them and then we sent that to Russia, and Russia has real moon rocks from a rover.
Well, no, he's claiming that we don't actually have any lunar rocks, and so it would be just random stuff from space that we're calling lunar rocks or moon rocks or whatever. Those would match if both countries are looking at the same shit. And again, going back to the government aspect of all of this, it could be that everybody was wrong. Russia was wrong. America was wrong. And we're like, look, we got to take the L. Somebody's got to take the L here. And if it's us, then war is going to go crazy. You guys take the L and we'll do this, that, and the other. Would that be the craziest conspiracy in history? Didn't think so.
And they compare. Okay, yeah, I guess that would be a way to trick Russia. But I don't know. It's a risky thing to lie to the USSR in the space race. They're gonna expose it if they find out.
Unless they're working together,
they conclusively find out.
But anyway, I want to go back to the rover. If we can get a rocket to the moon, we can get something to land on the moon. We can have a remote controlled robot on the moon. How much longer after that before we can just do it with a person?
Well, I think before he goes, I think the question is, as was brought up before, that if we have the moon rocks already, there's not really much else to do there. And so if we got the moon rocks from from a rover, and then we have those, and we're like, okay, then I could say that Easy's going to say, well, we already got the rocks. We don't need to send a person.
Well, like I was going through in my opening, there's so many different variables involved that it's actually like you're stacking a bunch of miracles that have to happen basically to even get through it.
You mean like a man coming back from the dead? Sorry.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Sorry,
but I still want to talk about these other institutions that tracked. So the Jadrel, I can't say it, Jadrel bank radar telescope in Kettering Grammar School in the UK. They would use telescopes and data, just math that they knew. They would figure out how to track not just the Apollo missions, but the Russian missions so accurately. They knew when Russia was going, where and when Russia's return ships were going to land. And so Russia got pissed off. They're like, these British guys are tracking our missions. And they weren't doing it in any official capacity. They were just kids in college with a telescope doing math. And they were able to, they would watch them go up, and then they would do the math, and they'd say, this is where they should be now. And then they compare that to NASA's information.
So if I'm playing devil's advocate, then I'm saying, okay, they got the math right, but that doesn't mean that that was actually done. Shout out to Sterling. Welcome to the party. Got him.
And they're accurate. These are just kids in college doing math.
That's like the Flat Earth documentary where there was a bunch of them. We're gonna prove this, and they go through all the different things. And the spoiler alert: the documentary ends with them trying to do it's one of the experiments where you have like a light that's on a stick, and then you know however many miles away you have a different stick. And because the Earth is round, then they're not going to line up. Whereas if they were flat, that you'd be able to, they'll be able to line up. And they do it. And I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly. This might just be in my head, but I'm pretty sure that the end of the documentary is they're doing the experiment, and they're right at the end. The screen cuts to black, and you just see them go, "Oh shit!"
But people were able to track it. And then, if you're
muted.
I don't know how I hit that. They were able to track it doing math on paper
and computers, but back then, yeah, a lot of paper.
Okay, but
math.
like they weren't able to actually track it.
Well, they watched it take off, and then they could calculate where it should be, and then they could listen to NASA because all of this was broadcast.
And so again, this is going back to the fact that Easy said he's not saying we can't send stuff out to space. He's not saying that we haven't gone up really high. He's specifically talking about the moon.
11,000 hours of audio and video recording. You can go on NASA's website, and they have an Apollo 11 tracker where you can follow every second of the mission from
on the NASA website,
every part of Houston, all the videos, all the pictures, and it's 137 hours or something like that. You can go through the whole thing and skip through it. It's really cool. I was thinking maybe I'll pull it up at some point, but you can hear Houston talking. You think like these are multiple tracks of Capcom, Houston, all the different parts of
what's the point?
Okay, of the
people talking.
Command center, plus what the astronauts are saying, plus the pictures, and they line it all up.
Yeah, even if all this telemetry data exists, who collected it? Who's interpreting it all? Who's controlling where it comes from? Like, what do you mean? That's one of the main issues here. That this all comes from one source.
NASA collected it all.
Right. It all comes
convenient
from one source. You don't find an issue with that?
Well, they're very transparent. It's all available. It's all out there, and we can look at all of it.
Or is that what they want us to think?
So scientists, universities, governments.
Yeah, but if you have but I know, but listen, if I have a warehouse full of fucking just random numbers, right? If it all comes from me, how do you have any independent proof here? You just have like if I was the only source of information that this fucking picture is a portal to the next planet, and I give you all this different information, like that, if you can do the math and verify it mathematically, would that mean this probably is a portal?
I think the only answer here is yes, but the fact is that because it's not a portal, that that math wouldn't line up. That's the only answer JS can use here.
Yeah, just because there's only one institution who's doing the main collection of the information doesn't debunk it. If they're clear and they're transparent and they give all that information to the public, and then it gets analyzed by everybody else. If any real scientist, not like Bart Sabrell or what's his name, Bill Casing, these crackpots.
I hate that Bart Sabrell dude. He's an idiot.
Okay, good. Because I'm glad I was hoping you bring him
He's
up.
an idiot.
No idea who those are. Equality said the church compiled the Bible. Where be ye independent proof?
But if like a scientific group goes through the data and they say, wait, this doesn't make
And I'll add on to that we're specifically talking about the miracles, not just the stories. Bart is a god. All right, well maybe we got to check him out.
if like a scientific group goes through the data and they say, wait, this doesn't make sense. This is wrong. This couldn't have happened.
When
But
you
they all
say
go through
real
it and they-
scientific group, what does that mean?
universities, scientific bodies, like organizations.
The same organizations that tell you that I don't know, take the trans stuff, take the big pharma. We had the opioid crisis, we had the AIDS epidemic, we had all this. The same people. It's the same people. And this is exactly why I am so split on this, because I come from, like, my default was accepting that science is a real process that works, that we use to move forward, do stuff, build things, innovate, all that kind of stuff. But ever since COVID, it's just like, well, they were lying to our faces. What else would they lie about? And so the just asking questions thing becomes just a little bit more relevant.
But we know there's been some smaller scientific bodies that have denied the claims they make in some of the things. That's actually why I brought up the backpack, right? All the shit that was required to be in that backpack for a dude to take that walk on the moon.
Actually, let me grab that here. In case you didn't see it, Easy brought this Apollo PLSS oxygen fits thing with a whole chart. I'll actually put it in the Discord so you guys can see it. But if he brings it back up, then I will too.
They had to keep that in a.
They have
if you look at
there's diagrams of it. What are they saying is wrong here?
so. Oh shit!
There's
Not
not-
Jay. This is me. I put this together.
You made this?
This yes.
Based.
What I'm saying is wrong here. Let me.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people go hard. People go deep on that shit. Like I said, the church left out many books. Not all Bibles are the same. The Ethiopian Bible contains the first book of Enoch. The Dead Sea Scrolls contain copies of books that contained the Bible. Yep. Indeed. Even though it's so completely known, lots of differences. Tijuana said, Bart Sibrel did a documentary. A funny thing happened to me on the way to the moon. A lot of proof against the moon landing being a reality. Oh my goodness. Yeah, exactly, Morgoth. That enables live streams like this. And so I just was in that mindset that, okay, well, the scientists are the ones who allow me to have a television and air conditioning and whatever. So I'll just believe them. All the way up until we had the vaccine, I was willing to say, well, I don't really care. But if it's going to become inconvenient for me to live my life, then fine, I'll get this jab. Until they started, or at least until I realized they were fucking lying. Do you ever see Professor Dave Explains Slaughter? Dave Weiss. Oh, got it. Do you ever see Professor Dave Explains Slaughter Dave Weiss on the Flat Earth stuff? There's multiple videos demolishing the moon conspiracy stuff as well. Nah, I mean, Flat Earth does not really interest me. Like when I was questioning all these things, the Flat Earth was the one that I was like, okay, no, that's just fucking stupid. That's just fucking stupid. Don't get any well, I mean, it depends. Look at them each individually. But don't just get a jab because somebody said, get a jab. Shout out to the pure bloods. Call anybody who didn't get the COVID jab. You stood up to arguably the largest propaganda campaign of our lives. And you said, fuck off. Good for you.
This together.
You made this?
This is what I'm saying is wrong here. Let me tell you, motherfucker.
Okay.
All right, so if you look at here, this was the size here. This was the volume available that was inside of that bag.
Okay.
All right, 15.9 liters. All right, let me tell you. Let's do a
what did you say?
reality. The volume available that was inside of that bag.
Okay.
All right, 15.9 liters. All right, let me tell you. Let's do a reality check here. All right, the high heat load. Right, there would have been 450 to 600 watts of heat to remove continuously. The fans, the valves, and all electronics had to be powered over 2.5 hours and never able to stop. Any instant of stopping would have been death for him. Right? The consumables, the water, the CO2 canisters, they would have took up significant space on their own. And then I always keep bringing this up. There was zero failure required. Like they couldn't have repaired it out on while they were doing the walk.
Okay. So if the cooling, so it's liquid cooled, it had tubes that ran all throughout their suit to cool their body because their body heat would build up in the suit and they could pass out from heat exhaustion.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, vaccines in general aren't necessarily good or bad. They are just as good as they actually are. And so if you exactly taking the polio vaccine, that shit worked. So I have no problem with the polio vaccine. But the jab was not that. And even still, mRNA technology isn't necessarily bad either. But this one was.
So they had liquid cooling tubes running throughout the whole thing. Then they have a oxygen tank, which is liquid oxygen, so it lasts longer than you would expect.
See, this is why I love StreamYard over OBS. You obviously have a lot more control, but this would be a lot better if we could see him and we just went into this format and he was highlighting that. Now he's just like tinkering it around.
They didn't use. It's not the same as like a scuba diver's tank, which combines nitrogen and
I did see that. That was fucking hilarious.
I know it still had a volume though that it had to take up, right? So 3.9 liters on just this tank alone.
And they had a second tank. They had a backup tank.
Right. This is the problem. And then you have all these other things: fan, ventilation systems, control modules, electronics, the lithium hydroxide removal canisters.
I mean, your
battery.
Your thing is pointing at all those things. It seems like they fit it.
Got him. Shout out to equality and deference because vagina with the $2 make you holla. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the overlords and a parting gift. Good night, all. Thank you so very, very much appreciated. Thank you. I just can't say it enough. Thank you so very, very much, and you have a good one.
And your
battery.
Your thing is pointing at all those things. It seems like they fit it. You know how much stuff is in my computer?
It's pointing to show you how ridiculous it is to fit all those things in there.
I see it the way JS sees it. Like, I get that was in your mind, and now I can see that you're saying it would have to be this, that. But what are you pointing at if it's not there then?
But you're pointing at pictures of those things.
No, those aren't literally those things. These are just these are actually these would have been coverings too. They would have actually had to have coverings on all of this as well. You know how heavy this would have been too, and
there's no gravity.
Normally loading it, right? So think about this. This one thing that I want to actually bring up that nobody talks about. Do you remember how they had different?
Thank you again, equality. You have a good one.
Different gloves. Oh, I forgot to add the other glove in the picture here. I had the other glove here before. But
we got the Zucker in the building. Welcome to the party. Yeah, everybody loves equality and deference because vagina. Welcome, Zucker, to the party. Really quick, guys, if you are new here, please do hit that subscribe. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like. So you should definitely hit that subscribe. And YouTube sucks with those notifications, so you might as well hit the bell so you never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's dive back in.
Remember how they had different gloves during the video somehow?
Different gloves during the video. I know the gloves on the first one sucked. Like, they did not move the way that they should. And then
but like during the video of them doing the moonwalk, at one point he has different gloves. Do you remember that video?
I've never seen that.
Okay, maybe I'll have to grab that video then for you. But you would agree if you see the video of an apparent same moonwalk, but he's wearing two different types of gloves, that would be kind of impossible to do while you're moonwalking?
To change his gloves in the middle of the mission?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be possible. It wouldn't be impossible.
It would be possible?
No, it wouldn't. It would be impossible for him to take
okay.
off his glove and change his glove. But so this is kind of like the boot print argument. People will say, how come the boot prints don't match the bottom of the spacesuit?
That sounds like a common conspiracy to me. Oh, wait, I gotta do it like this.
Well, there were boots that they would put on over the feet, and the boots do match the imprints on the ground. So maybe he had an extra layer of gloves that he could put on over the spacesuit gloves.
Tear it off, you said?
No, I'm saying like the same way I put a glove on my hand, I'm wearing a spacesuit, which is my hand, and I put a glove over that. My hands are getting cold, so I put a glove over my spacesuit glove.
So
two gloves.
Yeah, so that was one of the...
That's a good explanation. That's a good explanation. It was just my vape, guys. Just my vape.
Things while I was doing my research that I seen someone bring up in a debate. And the thing is, though, when you watch them putting the suits on, they need help with the gloves to put the gloves on. So how are they doing that on the moon?
I don't know.
In their spacesuits.
This is assuming this.
It's the Iron Man style. They're in their suits, and then on the ship they have a thing, and they just stand there, and it just puts the things on around them. Duh.
This is even real because I haven't seen this video yet.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But I've seen that's called the PLSS, the personal lunar something system.
Survival.
That's the backpack.
Right.
Space
PLSS.
system.
Yep. There are real pictures of it opened up, and it shows you like the one you made, but it's a real life picture, and it shows you what each thing is, and how big each thing is, and how it fits in, and what each thing does. I agree that.
I don't trust him. I don't trust him. Ever since he was talking about how wrestling specifically does not need to be separated by gender, I don't know. Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. 10 houses, even a discussion. We've been to the moon like 10 times. That's what they say, but Easy does not believe it. And I don't know. I really don't know. Because it looks like that call's been going around greeting people. Yep, must be that. Morgan said, find one flaw with the Bible. Dismiss the whole thing too? Wasn't me. I didn't say it.
If anything went wrong, they were dead. But they knew that. Which brings me to another point. You said 6 miraculous perfect missions. There were problems all the time that they had to deal with on the flight.
No, not 6. No. I said not 6 missions. I said 6 miracles for one mission.
I think it was way more than, I wouldn't call it a miracle. I'd call it probability. The odds were stacked against them. Yeah. But the odds are stacked against Christopher Columbus when he sailed across the ocean. The odds were stacked against
the odds were stacked against the universe being a thing.
Lindenberg, or the guy that flew across the ocean. The odds were stacked against everybody who's ever done anything amazing in history.
True.
Sure.
True.
Yeah, but
Based.
this is the thing. You understand this is
that.
something never done before.
Let's give that a dilly-dilly. Everything great that has been done. The odds were stacked against them. You look those odds in the face and say, fuck off. What is Nikki is saying here? The old Tyson said there was no scientific evidence that men have biological advantages over women on average, which is complete horseshit. Yep. I always liked him, and it's funny because Papalutch was like, he's just so cocky and condescending. I'm like, yeah, but like he's just right about all of these things. Or is he really, 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 really informed on one thing better than everybody else? And so now he thinks that he knows that much more about everything than everyone else. Dropping like flies.
Sure.
Dropping like flies.
Yeah, but this is the thing. You understand this was something never done before. And the launch had to go perfect. The navigation there had to go perfect. The landing there had to go perfect. The ascent and then docking in.
Good. But yeah, maybe they prayed. Maybe they prayed. That's how it happened, right? Shout out to Podesta. Welcome to the party. So people talk about odds too often, and they are not measurable. Yep. And that's why it's very difficult. I am doing my absolute best not to take every word that comes out of Easy's mouth and say, we could say the same thing about religion. I'm doing my best. I don't want to make this into that. I want to keep this light and fun. But goddamn. Welcome.
The ascent and then docking in orbit and then perfectly returning to Earth. Like, this is like miracle after miracle after miracle, all for one mission to be successful.
Yeah. If anything would have went wrong, they would have been
under
screwed.
pressure too. It wasn't even like it was like there was a bunch of neutrality in science.
But this isn't an argument towards anything. You're just saying, well, it's crazy that it happened. Uh-huh. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen because it's crazy that it happened. You know, that Lincoln had a secretary that was named Kennedy, and Kennedy had a secretary that was named Lincoln. That's crazy. What are the odds of that? You ever played poker? You ever gotten anything better than a pair?
The government, no political, no.
And that's why
that, like, there was nuclear demonstrations, propaganda campaigns. Like, the whole idea was we needed to look better to the world.
That's why we got the best engineers in the world, the best rocket builders in the world, the best pilots in the world.
I agree. They were probably all.
No, I mean, we can say this. SpeakeaZy believe that there's nothing as possibility. Well, the way I'm in, if we want to retake that, but I don't. He's a Christian, so it's not a matter of, well, just because it's crazy and low odds that it can't happen, except for the moon.
Geniuses.
Yeah, these are geniuses. The NASA astronauts, like the testing they had to go through, the training they had to go through.
Yeah, we were saying flat Earth. The moon stuff it's just fun and light, but flat Earth is just fucking stupid.
If they had the sniffles, they're not going. If they had any, none of these guys have depression. None of these guys have any medications that they're on. These guys are all perfect health, perfect specimens of American greatness. Getting to the moon. And you say everything, Apollo 12 got struck by lightning while it was taking off. And the whole electronic system shut down for like 10 seconds while they're leaving the atmosphere. And they had to figure all that out on the fly, reboot everything. So Houston's on the ground like, oh, the whole system went down. What happened?
Yeah, exactly, Wicked. And that's why it's frustrating to somebody like me who doesn't believe in the true claims of Christianity. And I bring it to people like this. They have this level of skepticism. Whether in this context it's appropriate to negate a claim based on it is irrelevant to what I'm saying. I'm saying he's willing to ask these questions. He's willing to take the idea that, well, I can't put this together, therefore it didn't happen. He's willing to make that argument for this, but not for Christianity. It's the same exact thing.
And then they're like, it got hit by lightning. So now they have lightning towers on the sides of the launcher so that it doesn't get. So you have a giant, 300-foot tall metal rocket filled with explosive fuel.
Which is also science. Which is also just utilizing the same process, science, the scientific method, to understand that electricity works this way. So we put the rod up there, and if there's electricity from lightning, then it hits that and not the ship.
Denying we're launching rockets. I'm not denying that. I believe, that's the idea was, right? We needed to look like we had the best of everything.
Okay, so then with all that information, with all this kind of stuff, what exactly is your alternative theory? Because then it really does just become an argument from personal incredulity. You just like, well, that seems weird to me. Yeah, because you didn't look it up. But he's clearly done his homework. So what is the alternative theory? Was it who did they say? Kubrick? Stanley Kubrick? Was it something? What is your theory? Podesta said they never test Christianity and test evolution as much as possible to break it, but they just assume religion is correct.
Bingo.
Yup. But if I say that, I'm evil. Beyond said that's why they have to film the moon from their iPhones during the Gemini 3 mission. Yeah, that was weird, right? That was weird. The problem is science cannot explain science. True, but how is that relevant specifically to what we're talking about? I don't disagree. I'm just where is that coming from?
The idea was, right, we needed to look like we had the best of everything. Rockets that could get to the moon and rockets get anywhere on Earth too, right? Like this was the whole idea, right? So that's the problem. That's a big problem I have when it comes to this all coming from one place. It was during under extreme political pressure with 1960s tech, and it wasn't something we continued on. Like, don't you like? Well, you brought it up in your opening, and I wanted you to kind of give me that again because I was writing it down, but I'm not a fast writer. Because like I brought up the question why did we just stop doing it for decades?
So again, have you looked into that? Have you asked anybody who would be able to answer why we do and don't do any type of space things? Because it seems to be like, well, for what? What would we go back for? I mean, specifically, what would we go back for? I'm not saying there's nothing to go back to, but what specifically would you? What do you want us to do? Nikki Dark Angel said, I will never understand Christians who believe God created the world, but don't have enough faith to believe that all the same powerful God created the wider universe. There's so many different points that it just doesn't connect. And people just buy it. People just fill in the details. The next time I talk to him, I'm absolutely going to ask him about where's that skepticism, because I could bring up all the same types of things for your religion, but you have a certain threshold for what you're going to believe about the moon, but a much, 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 much lower threshold for what you're going to believe about the creator of the universe. According to your own opening statement, if your friend said he drove to work, you're going to believe him because that's not a huge claim. But we went to another place in our own solar system, not even to another planet. Well, I mean, we definitely got to question that. But an all-powerful creator, what are we doing? What are we doing? Shout out to Dick Johnson. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. We are asking, did we go to the moon?
Why did we just stop doing it for decades?
So by
We weren't in the Cold War anymore.
Apollo 12, people weren't even like the ratings and the news showing it. Attention fell. People have short attention spans. Once they see it happen once, they're like, oh, that's cool. And then the next one, some people watch it. By the next one, well, we'll get to Apollo 13 in a bit, but by 14, 15, 16, people weren't even watching it anymore. The news stations weren't even broadcasting it anymore. There wasn't public interest. We already won. We did this to get there fast.
Mm-hmm. And like, think about the alien stuff back when we were first. I don't know the exact timing, but I would assume in the 70s is when we first started getting like photographs of things that might be UFOs and stuff like that. Maybe earlier, the 60s, but like popular. And then it's like, oh my God, this is crazy. Now they're like, hey, we have actual proof of this shit. Everybody's like, yeah, do we see an alien? Then I've seen the blur on the screen before. Makes sense. Just that the moon landing apparently cost the same, or cost the economy a massive amount of money. They probably just cut the budget. Makes sense to me.
Well, not only that, they launched them. It wasn't always during the day they were launching them too.
Yeah, true. But I mean,
that probably has to do with like is telemetry like the different positions of the cosmic bodies. Is that what that means? I know that it's relevant, but that's probably because of that.
When 11 went up, it was like 24 hours on any station. You could watch constantly. You could watch it. So
pushed by political pressures.
Yeah, well, and public opinion. The whole world was watching this, and everybody was like, "This is crazy. We'd never done this." By the time you're doing it the second time, people are like, You know, maybe you lost half the audience. By the third time, you've lost 3/4 of the audience. By the sixth time, nobody's watching it. They're like, okay, yeah, we can do this. And so the funding, there's no public attention. We've already achieved our goal. Funding was taken away. Apollo 17 and 18 were canceled. They were supposed to have a 17 or 18, 17, 18, and 19 or something like that. They canceled it. They ended the.
I did not know that. Shout out to Tia, what a border jumper out sponsoring his god damn self with the big 5. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. What's the matter? You want more peanut butter? I know. Well, we'll see if we hit the goal. But for now, you get your treats. One of the best shows. Thank you so very, very much. And feed the doggy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Out sponsoring your goddamn self. Very much appreciated.
17, 18, and 19 or something like that. They canceled it. They ended the funding and they canceled the missions.
Right. So that would seem to.
But NASA didn't stop. NASA didn't stop working. NASA, there was more attention giving to, okay, well, now we got to the moon, we won the space race, but now we need to do practical things, like have satellites, because Russia has these, people are freaking out.
Shout out again. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Guys, we are 55 points away from a movie night. Very much appreciated.
Do practical things, like have satellites, because Russia has these, people are freaking out because they're watching satellites go by every night from Russia. People are like, they have cameras. They're taking pictures of our military bases and stuff. Or what are they putting weapons on there? They're going to get a nuke on a satellite. So people are like, okay, there's not really much on the moon.
Yep.
So we got the experiments up there. We got the rocks back. Let's focus on doing practical things. Like,
so that's a reasonable answer. Like, we did what we went there to do. And perhaps in the future, when we have the technology to have moon cities, maybe we'll go back. But there's nothing there. It's just a big rock. We have the technology to see and map out everything that we need. Actually, I don't know about the dark side, but, you know, at least the half of it. So what is it that you want to go back for? Just to show that we could?
satellites and space stations. And they said, one day we will go back to the moon, but we need to make this safer because it was not safe. You're right. It was very dangerous and it was very, very risky.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to make this safer. And they said it's way too expensive to launch a satellite rocket, a Saturn V rocket into the sky and have it crash in the ocean somewhere. We're losing.
What I want to do, speed up a little bit and go to 1.15.
These multi-billion-dollar pieces of equipment. We need to figure out how to have reusable rockets. And that's what we've been working on for the past 50 years. And now we got them. Now we see Elon's catching rockets. You're seeing Falcons land back on launch pads. Their mission, their goal is not to land that little tiny, oh yeah, I need to bring that up too, that command module thing. But their goal is not to land a lunar module on the moon next time. They want to land a rocket the size of a small building on the moon with lots of people. And they want to stay up there for like weeks instead of days. So that's the next goal. And they're taking their time with it because there's no rush. We already won the space race. But we do want to have a base on the moon eventually and go to Mars eventually. So they're working on other things. It's not like NASA stopped doing cool stuff. They're just not doing moon landings.
There you go. So Nikki's saying Mars colonization is a reason to go to the moon. It's easier launch position. But as we were saying before, we don't have that technology to go to Mars yet. And so as we approach that technologically, it is reasonable that we will go to the moon and set up a launch station. And, all in good time. All in good time. I was like, well, why didn't Jesus come back during the Old Testament?
And their funding was reduced 8 times. It's 9 times. At the peak of the Apollo missions, they were at 4.5% of the federal budget. Now they're at 0.5. That's 9 times less.
Nobody. Oh, come on. I was going to say, nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
% of the federal budget. Now they're at 0.5. That's 9 times less.
All right. So it's a problem I have with this hype. The hype died down argument. I seen that one on a few of the debates I watched prepping for this. So this is always the thing. Like, oh, well, people stopped caring. Funding went down. Oh, yeah, that's why. Well, it's weird because, like, if you look at, like, the early 1900s, right? What happened with planes? Like, mad fucking hype. Newspapers all talking about them, calling it the future.
Oh, easy. Come on. You cannot think that there is a comparable practicality to airplanes going from one place on Earth to another place on Earth and space rockets going to the moon. He's got to be going somewhere else with this. There's no way that he's just saying, well, we saw planes and those got better, so everything else should get better too. I mean, they have. We just haven't needed a manned mission to the moon.
It's public would show up to when the Wright brothers flew their 12 seconds. Everyone was, it was fucking the most amazing thing in the world. What happened with planes when the hype died down? They kept fucking going, and
the hype never died down because people needed to use them. How many people are using rocket ships to the moon? It's an entirely different thing. We see most things with technology, they get better over time, assuming that there is a practical use. Why don't we see super cassettes? Because CDs came around. Why don't we see super CDs? Because MP3s came around. People are using that stuff. What is the use case for a rocket to the moon?
Proving we kept flying every single day.
Yeah, because there's practical uses for that.
Thank you.
It's because it was a reliable capability. If this moon travel was a reliable capability, they would have kept doing it no matter what the hype or public was saying about it. That the public,
if there was a reason to,
what did the public have to do anything with it?
Because
they're the ones funding it. The government doesn't fund our trips to Italy or Mexico or wherever. The government doesn't fund that. That's a capitalistic endeavor. That's a private company that makes a profit off of doing that.
Once they got there, they're like, okay, there's nothing up there. There's no aliens. There's no life forms. There's no oil.
They traveled the whole moon, bro?
Well, no, they didn't explore the entire moon, but
so how do they know there's no aliens? How do they know there's no life anywhere? How do they know there's nothing there?
At the time, they didn't. So you know what we did?
We brought back some moon rocks.
Sent the LRO, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, that's been up there orbiting the moon since 2009. And yeah,
has it?
There's that incredulity. It's
been up there circling the moon the whole time.
Yeah, it's orbiting the moon, and it takes pictures. It's taking pictures. It's taking video
pictures and sending it back.
It's looking for aliens. It's not finding any.
So
yeah, it's sending them back. We got pictures, and China has pictures, and I think
can we
India.
talk about how that works? That thing works. So we basically built something with enough mass that it would stay in orbit, right?
Yeah. I don't know how much it weighs, but
what do you mean enough mass? The less mass, the easier it is to be in orbit.
Well, we don't have to get into how much it is, but it has to be enough mass to match to orbit with the gravity of the moon.
I completely disagree, but as I said, I don't believe any aliens have reached Earth. I just feel we'd know about it by now. It wouldn't be hearsay or blurry photos. I completely disagree because we have to understand that if there is an alien race that has the capability to come here, then they are more advanced than us. And so either they have some reason to not just blow up the Earth or make contact, or they have no desire to interact with lowly beings any more than you have the desire to go and hang out with the ants in the anthill in your front yard or in your driveway or whatever the fuck it is. And so this is just, I don't accept this framing because we don't have any reason to believe what their perspective is. We have no reason to think that they would think positively of us. They have no reason to think that they think negatively of us. And so making that assertion, it just doesn't follow. The aliens may have built the pyramids. A lot of people say that. And T-Bone said alien craft has definitely made it here. That's what they say. That's what they say. I actually do believe that. I do believe there are it doesn't, like, probabilistically, it does seem like there is life elsewhere, but there's just too much space. There's just too much space in space. That saying that, oh, well, we looked and there's no aliens out there. That, the old analogy is that's like taking a Solo cup and dipping it in the Pacific Ocean and be like, well, there's no whales in here, so I guess whales don't exist. Like that. That's not how that works. I think he said, oh my God, this guy doesn't realize our entire solar system is hurling through space, does he? We don't just orbit a stationary sun. Yep. Actually, I genuinely don't know. Don't go there again. Don't go there again. But yeah, like that's why everyone's like, the moon moves, guys. Like, yes, I know it moves. We were talking about our perspective of it being in the same spot. But yeah, we have the Earth, and the moon is going around the Earth, and then that whole thing is going around the sun, and then that whole thing is going around the galaxy, and that galaxy is going. It's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. Ooh, you know what we should do? Let's try this. Actually, no. Let's GPT, and then okay. Can you get me a video that I've seen that starts from the perspective of Earth and then zooms out all the way to the observable universe? I know I seen it. Yes, this is right. Oh shit. Shall we? Take two. And so you can see on the bottom we have the scale. So we started in a little boat in the middle of that ocean. Or is that the Red Sea? Let me zoom out, and we got Earth. I don't know if this music is copyrighted. So yeah, we got that. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Nope. We're at 46 seconds. And we'll just do our own music. And so we are still just, that's right here. We're, whoa, what the fuck is going on? Hold on. Play that. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we're still in our own solar system. Speed her up a little bit. That's just one sun. And all those stars, now we keep zooming. That's somewhere there. And this is the center of our universe. Or our galaxy, rather. So now, look at the scale. 100 light years. Going back, and back, and back, and back. There's just one arm of the galaxy. One galaxy. That's our whole entire galaxy. And then all of these are other galaxies that have all that same shit. Oh, wait, there's more! There's more! Put a one in the chat who have never seen something like this. Like, specifically this type of video zooming out to show the universe. A billion light years. 10 billion light years. And that is all we will ever know. you guys know what's good with Y. This is all we will ever be able to see. Because it's not that there's not stuff out here. That's not that's not what's happening. It's not that there's not stuff out here. It's just that whatever is out here, because of the expanding universe, the light from over here will never, ever, ever reach Earth. So we just, with telescopes and computers and everything, we just won't ever be able to see it. And so that's why they call it the observable universe, because this is just the light. When we talk about the Big Bang, then this diameter, that's the boom, where we can the light from all that again is coming back. So again, that doesn't mean there's not other stuff out here. It just means that this is all we will ever be able to see. Crazy. Did they say anything interesting about it? Yeah, so same kind of shit. But yeah, crazy. And so that is why it's like, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense to you. It makes sense that it doesn't make sense to you because it's that big. Humans were meant for medium-sized stuff. When it comes to the microscopic, our brains are not, like, the technology has evolved way faster than the human brain. So we're still operating on the same mental operating system as cavemen with fire, maybe a little bit further than that. Whereas the technologies, we can see that whole thing with the observable universe. We can see tiny little individual microns of a micron or whatever the fuck it is. And our brains are not primed to be able to understand that scale. Like, you saw the circle, but there's no frame of reference for big. The biggest thing you've ever seen is tiny compared to most of that video. What y'all talking about? Yeah. Glowing Dog said, if people from Mars are called Martians, what would people from Uranus be called? Uranians? Works for me. Eurasians. Only if they have the squinty eyes. Just I don't think there is any evidence to assert that aliens are here and just hiding. Agreed. I'm not saying that I believe. I'm not claiming that I think that is the case. I'm saying that is probabilistically a thing that is more likely than no aliens existing at all. But yeah, I'm not claiming to know shit. Look at the graphics showing the movement of our solar system. Yeah. Yeah, that shit is toy. That shit is toy, right? Stuff moving through space is a heavy concept because everything is just relative to everything else. Yup. How the soul? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Let's just go back and get. How about one that shows how? What wording did you use? How the solar system moves through space. It's a good one. Hey, we got Mystery Man. Welcome to the party. Now, the landing footage itself, that's an entirely different question as to whether we have the science there. Welcome to the party. Oh, never seen that shit? Yeah. Technically not. We can only go to what we've observed, but, pretty goddamn far. Deborah said, so we didn't visit the moon when we were at the International Space Station? No. So I'm pretty sure, like, if we're talking relative, like, if we're just saying the Earth is here and the moon is here, I'm pretty sure the space station is, like, right here. Correct me if I'm wrong. We can look it up, but I'm pretty sure, like, it's outside of the atmosphere, but I think it's, like, right there. Pretty sure. Yep. I think it makes perfect sense to me too. Oh, well, thank you, Deborah. Yeah, like I said, I've been saving this one because I want to do it on a Friday night. You never know who's around. People are doing their own things, and just a little bit lighter and fun. All right, let's see how the solar system moves through space. Do a full video, shorts, just shorts. This one looks like it's gonna be better. That's too short. Okay. Let's put the music back on. Wait. No. Okay. So we have how most people think the solar system moves in space. So the sun being static and everything just goes around it. How it actually moves. So we have, we have the sun in the same spot, but it's also moving. So all that shit is rotating around it. We gotta find a better one than that. All right, well, we're not gonna get much better than that, but yeah. That's what we're talking about. Instead of doing that, it moves like... Yeah, so people think that it's just actually like that. Crazy! And then, like, then, you know, you get people who are, you know, in the Christian world who act like, oh, it's so silly. It's so silly to think about the Big Bang. I know for sure that it's not. Like, okay, well, prove it then. Because I don't fucking see it. It's always the Israelis. It's always the Israelis. Ugh. What? What if we can also zoom into eternity and don't know it yet? And there you go. And that's exactly the type of stuff that we're just not advanced enough beings to understand. 250 miles up. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So it's about 62 miles. So yeah, a little bit further up. So yeah, if the Earth is here and the moon is here, then the International Space Station is gonna be like right here. T-Bone said light travels like 186,000 miles per second. Still too slow to get to another star anytime soon. We need teleportation or warp drive. We need what do they call it? I think they do. I mean, yeah, they really just call it warp speed because you're warping the fabric of space-time. Nikki said, our sun is actually orbiting the Milky Way galaxy. Yep, it just goes around and around and around. I think, yeah, there's Andromeda. Yeah, I think I don't know. I know Andromeda is a thing, but I think that's a different galaxy, not a different star. But I don't know. And there's so much to know. And yeah, Christians are, yeah, some Christians believe the Earth is only 6,000 years old. Dogma will do that to you. Shout out to the Dagestanis. All right, let's dive back in here.
Into how much it is, but it has to be enough mass to match to orbit with the gravity of the moon.
Yeah, and they use physics and the math, and they figure.
Yeah, that's okay. Now, is this machine also solar powered? I'm guessing too. Because like, how is it able to stay powered to send us back all this information?
Yeah, it probably has solar panels on it.
Okay, and if anything goes wrong, it's been orbiting, obviously not getting hit. Like the moon has a bunch.
They're always so confident about it too.
Of craters because it gets hit all the fucking time, but this thing has
orbited the moon. There you go. Thank you, Podesta. The fact check: the nearest star is Proxima Centauri, 4.24 light years away. And of course, a light year is not time; it is a distance. It's the amount of distance that light will travel in 1 year.
Obviously not getting hit. Like the moon has a bunch of craters because it gets hit all the fucking time, but this thing has orbited the moon, not got hit at all, right? Because we wouldn't be.
Hey, we don't know if that's how it is. That might be the way to go.
Able to go repair
it. True. Yeah.
So how long has it been up there? You said.
well, they can. Whatever.
On in space. We
And
can
like
get-
no, like we don't have no like actual controls on it, right?
as far as I know, I didn't do a super lot
Oh, okay.
of research into the LRO, but yeah, it's like, well, we have satellites that just orbit the Earth, and they're basically just free falling. Orbit just means it's constantly falling, but it's missing the Earth, so
Yeah.
it just keeps falling.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, I know.
eventually, this thing will crash into the moon.
Did they like do any math on when they guessed it would or no?
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they probably know exactly when it'll crash.
What's
So-
the point? What are we
But it's
doing?
not just America. China has sent missions to the moon, not manned missions. Russia, India. So other countries have gone there. They've seen pictures of all of the landing spots with the lunar descent stage still on the moon, with footprints walking away from the lunar descent stage. Those lasers that are on the moon. And again, you could say, okay, we could get a laser on the moon with an unmanned mission. That goes back to
He was a thug, bro. He was a thug, a real one. No, yeah, I remember seeing like early videos, and he was like all soft and very not necessarily. Yeah, he was pretty feminine, and he was like doing like dancing and very soft spoken. I can't think of a Tupac song off the top of my head, but you know,
if you could see that we can get a rocket to the moon,
Mhm.
get a remote controlled rover onto the moon to do work, get it back onto the rocket and get it back home, then
now do
why couldn't
people?
we do it with people? How long after we get this remote controlled robot on the moon does it take us to put a person on the moon?
So the interesting road here for SpeakeaZy, he could say, well, why, according to you, there's nothing there. So why would we have sent humans in the first place? Even if we have the technology, according to you, there's nothing there. So why would they be there at all?
Not that
Well,
long.
there's a lot more involved with putting a person on the moon. That this is why the evidence that we've been given, I don't think, is sufficient. Right? This is why I just asked you these questions about the thing that would be around the moon that's orbiting.
Don't forget, guys, up to a 10-minute video for a $5 side quest. If you got something you want to show us, do let me know before you pay, because I can't promise if I don't know what it is, but let me know and we can watch what you like.
The moon, right? Because
Yeah.
it would necessarily have to be just something that was enough mass, but launched in a way that nothing else was going to grab it on the way, and also not get hit by anything and stay orbiting, not getting hit by anything when the moon is constantly smashed by shit. So it's possible.
Yeah, bro. It is.
But the
I-
probability starts shrinking once you start looking at all the things involved here.
Yeah, but unless you can prove that any one of those things that is improbable did not happen, then that is irrelevant because it happened. This is again, I don't get it. Where is the skepticism when it comes to the thing that drives your entire life? You're willing to dig this far deep into the moon landing. You're willing to make a whole infographic. But when it comes to the deepest morality and how the universe got here and whether or not you have a soul and what is going to happen after you die, just, yep, sounds good. I do not get it. Hey, a movie I have watched. Yeah, Project Hail Mary was, it was capital good. Capital good. It wasn't great, but it is unique enough that I definitely I put that at a very high level. We're just so much in the state of reboots and rehashing and rebooting and all of that shit. That shout out to Project Hail Mary. That was a good one. I didn't love his performance, but it's Ryan Gosling. Wouldn't the space radiation on the moon ruin the camera picture? It depends. Haven't got there just yet. Small step for mankind, humongous step for non-binary, indigenous, transgender, missing, murdered women of color. There you go.
Right? And without the like independent verification on the raw data of these things is where I start getting into the idea of I can't believe that, right? It's like what I brought up earlier. If you tell me you went to work, I'm gonna believe you. If you told me on the way to work you beat the fuck out of 3 bears, I'm gonna be like, okay, dude, at least show some video of you fighting these bears. And
But if you tell me that the entire universe was created by a single entity that can do anything and understands everything through all time, I'm gonna believe you.
Come on, man.
where's the scratches? You know that.
Yeah, great claims require great, and that's why NASA is so transparent. Like everything is available, all the video, all the audio from everything Houston was doing, all the math. People will say we lost the telemetry.
Stunning and
data.
brave.
There was one.
We did lose a lot, and they overran
one
a lot
mission.
of stuff.
Yeah, they archived the original telemetry. We have copies. They made copies. But
Yeah,
they don't have
overwritten. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's where it's
right.
fishy.
Well, because they had these giant spools of this microfilm stored in a warehouse. It's very expensive it's special warehouses where they store it, and it's very expensive.
Yeah, but you think that'd be the type of thing that you make sure is good.
They get their funding cut. The whole program changes. Things get lost. Things get recorded over. But they had
T-Bone said NASA is not transparent. NASA stands for never a straight answer. Oh, my goodness. Get him. Never a straight answer. Certainly not from Neil Armstrong.
you
they still
opened
have
this
the data.
up. I believe you opened up this up with the greatest achievement in U.S. history.
Yeah.
I mean, if it happened, absolutely. If it happened, absolutely. What would be a bigger achievement in U.S. history? I mean, even if you think about the founding of America, yeah, that's awesome for us Americans. But is it like human history? Yeah.
Right. But we don't keep the shit that has the greatest history.
We did. We have
recorded,
copies. They made
protected.
copies. It's
Shady.
like
Shady.
if you have an old computer and you have
I just want to wipe his camera.
some giant ass hard drive, but then technology advances, you take all the information on that hard drive and you put it on a little SD card now, and then you throw the hard drive away. We don't need this big old clunky hard drive stored in a building somewhere. We have it on a little SD card now. They made copies. We have all the Saturn V rocket. People say we don't have the plans for the Saturn V rocket. We do. They'll say we don't have the telemetry data from Apollo 11 because they lost it. We do. And you can access it all. It's all publicly available.
Is what
There was a lot. There's a lot of those videos. More recently, where like the lady with the hair, where her hair is just like stuck up like that. It's fucking weird. I'm gonna save that for the after party. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to get me a bunch of videos that people like. I'll say search Reddit. Give me the most like the most popular videos that go against this, and we'll see where that gets us.
Because they lost it. We do. And you can access it all. It's all
don't have
publicly
the
available.
originals is what the actual
Right.
claim should be saying. Right?
Yeah, we don't
Like,
have that big
the
old hard
originals,
drive.
and
We have
that's
the
what's
SD
the
card.
problem. That's what the problem is. Not having the originals, it shows some type of fuckery seems to be.
But that's
going
only
on.
for one mission. That's
Yeah,
not
but-
for. There were other missions.
Sure, there's other missions, but there's even in even with these other missions and the data, right? This is the thing. That's what I was talking. The thing I wanted to bring up when you talk about this thing that's orbiting the moon, taking pictures and sending it back. Who's the one interpreting that data to give to us?
Everyone. They make
No.
it's publicly available.
After they receive it and give it to us.
So
it's
they're
not
receiving
it's not orbiting the moon, taking this data and sending it just to the open fucking world.
So it's all doctored for 60 years. They've been doctoring every piece of information before they release it to the public. And if that's the case,
Yeah, for sure it could happen like that. Why not?
So, like they'll say the astronauts look like they're on wires on the moon. If
Mhm.
NASA was faking all this and doctoring it,
Dude,
why
we
would
have
they
NASA
release-
footage of them fucking up many times?
no, but I mean, why would they release stuff that has mistakes in it? Because if they're
That's an interesting question. If they are really doing this whole conspiracy, then you'd think that they'd be on top of it and not be releasing, videos that don't match up unless there was a reasonable explanation. But if there's a reasonable explanation, then why don't we hear it? I think I'm about to prove you right. Homeboy acts like he's never lost a hard drive before. True. But, I mean, again, like, it does seem a little shady that the greatest accomplishment in our country's history and arguably humanity's history just gone. Hey, we got a very welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. I'm not calling anybody an idiot. But if you do, you're allowed to say whatever you want. I think he's asking some good questions. I really don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know. So 67% of you agreed that humans set foot on the surface of the moon. Let's see if that changes by the end. But first, I was like, can you compile? Can you compile videos that show NASA is lying, like the one with the woman in the hair? So let's see. The one with the stuff hair. Yeah, give me the fucking video, though. What? Is it? Boeing Starliner docks at the ISS.
Lots of cheering here in the room. Big hugs. Sunny coming through her blue flight suit.
And followed shortly behind by Commander of Starliner, Butch Wilmore, now back on the space station, the third visit for both astronauts.
I'm not sure we could have gotten a better welcome. I mean, we had music, we had Matt was dancing.
This isn't like
it was great. It was such a great welcome.
This ain't it. Okay, but but can you get me links to the videos themselves, please? He is, well, I mean, if he's wearing a spacesuit, he must be in space. I say the intervention. No, I'm going to say if we actually went to the moon, I'm going to stick with the moon. But she says, did you see that infamous photo from Chernobyl? Melted core, how radiation messed with the picture. How can they have a crystal clear picture on the moon with cosmic rays and other stuff? I mean, the easiest answer is that like they specifically created a camera to deal with that. Transparent, eh? Transparent, eh? What was her name? Let's just fuck it. Let's do... Fuck it! I'll do it live! I'll do it myself. NASA Faye... Yeah, let's just start there. Okay, now I think this is what we were talking about. That's what I think what we're looking for.
Check this out. Maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Look, her hair.
Clear.
It's not
a hoax. Are you really in space still?
Yeah, because the air proof.
And immediately goes to the hair.
Is that you in space?
I don't know. We're gonna have to
check
do
this.
something for
Check
it.
the man with a stripy top. Look, he grabs the wire above him. Now check the man on the right. With his right arm, he grabs the wire. Did you see it? Now check in slow motion. The man on the right Look at his right arm. He's grabbing him to stabilize him. Then look at the man behind him with a stripy top on. Now he's looking up and he's grabbing the wire. Look, he's looking for the wire to grab it. Yeah, check that out. He's grabbing the wire there. Look, he's looking up.
Yep.
Because he sees the wire moving about and he's grabbing it to stabilize it. Look. Now check the man on the right.
Shout out to Lost Voice in the Machine. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Another Moon Cheeser. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank and shit. Yeah, that's what we're saying. That's what we're saying. She's not in space. She just fucking put her hair up.
With the USMC t-shirt. Check his arm. Watch this. Check his arm. Look, his arm goes to grab him, look. But he doesn't grab him. He grabs the wire. Look, there's nothing there.
Oh, that was damning. That was a little weird.
But he doesn't grab him. He grabs the wire.
Like, what is this? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Look, there's nothing there.
Boom. Closed fist, and you can see his shirt in that direction.
But he's grabbing something and it's tugging his trousers up.
Mm-hmm.
And then check him on the left. He looks down to see. Look, he's checking it out himself. Yeah? You want proof? You've just got proof there. If you don't accept this, then you are just absolutely brainwashed. This is absolute proof that they are using wires on the space station or the fake space station.
All right, what else we got? Top 5 fails.
The beautiful and remarkable things to see when you look out the cupola. I guess so far from me, I like the
What is with the music? I can't hear what you're saying, bro.
the shallow waters in the Caribbean or the atolls in southeast Pacific, or southeast Pacific, or
the 3D environment. The computer reads these algorithms and makes calculations in reference to the tracking points to create an environment that moves in perfect symmetry with the actors and the camera.
ORAD's pattern recognition tracking technology is undoubtedly the most cost-effective and simplest tracking system available. Based on proprietary algorithms developed by ORAD, the system extracts camera position, orientation, and field of view from the video signal.
What is this?
Bench with them, they nervous. But before you try to curve it,
Come on with the fucking music. Just that simple. I can do it super simple like that.
How bad it is.
It turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level.
Oh, a little bit.
Practice makes perfect. Give me another week.
Always, right? Always.
Let's see that again. Slow motion.
Once
So there was a bump. See, like he fell
Zero
down.
gravity, they're trying to say. That
But
is not zero gravity.
His feet were out, and then his whole body went down. His feet are out, and so if you're moving in that direction, you would continue spinning. But then his whole body comes
Zero
down.
gravity, they're trying to say. That is not zero gravity.
And so again, I'm not claiming.
NASA's next generation spacecraft, built with versatility missions, can send a space forward in rocket. Further away, we will.
I mean, I dig the editing, but
that she had with Sandra Bullock about what it's like to live
see,
in space.
that is what we expect hair to look like in a zero gravity environment.
What it's like
flowing
to move
around
in
like
space.
that.
And one of the things she told her about was how little effort is required to move from one wall to the next in microgravity. She even told her that you could take a human hair and use it stretched out to push
Busted,
against
disgusted,
a handrail.
ain't me
It's
trusted.
really that little effort. So
The cake is a lie, the moon is cheese, and the government controls it. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, right? It did look like he was pushing off something. Or doing that. One of those.
I used to date your daddy.
All right, we definitely can't be watching fucking movies. What are we doing here?
Stand up straight while you're up in space. And of course, it serves for 2 functions. Number 2, right here. I'll show you. But you see it's pretty small, so you have to have pretty good aim. And you
What
be
even?
ready to for number 2.
Anything else? Anything else? The cameraman accidentally or purposely, possibly on purpose, caught something we were not supposed to see. Oh, what do we have here? What do we have here?
Did you see? Are you seeing that? Those arrows?
That looks shady, and then they're gonna probably use it in another environment, right?
Filmed. Obviously the same person, the same location. It's a joke.
Damn.
Same off-screen objects.
Why is it?
So you know this is real. Loading in the ISS, and he turns the corner and goes into a little doorway.
Straight in.
Oh.
But, all right, so I'll drop this link in the chat if you guys want to do a little bit more of a deep dive. But what are we saying? Yeah. What's up, Mort? You want to come hang out, or are you gonna jump right into the chair? Or you're just asking for treats? I know we haven't gotten one in a minute, but you know, just look cute, do your thing. Maybe they'll feed you. All right, what are we saying? Yeah. Isn't she gonna get hair strands floating around the space? Probably. Casualman Fiend saying when you get to 33rd degree in masonry, they tell you everything is fake and they actually worship Satan. Yep. Spoiler alert, Space Money goes to Israel. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. He is literally shaking. Can somebody throw a 99-cent super sticker to feed the puppy, please?
No, but I mean, why would they release stuff that has mistakes in it? Because
like all the stuff we just saw.
If they're faking it, they wouldn't release something with so if somebody says, why do the astronauts look like they're on wires? Well, if it was fake, then NASA would have made sure to make them not look like they're on wires, but they look like they're on wires because it's real. The fact that people are able to find what they think are mistakes.
They even had to admit one of the things they showed was fake in a newspaper. So they lost the actual.
That wasn't NASA.
I'll go with cheese.
That was the newspaper.
That wasn't NASA that did it.
It wasn't. It was the newspaper that ran. It was a picture of, I forget his name. It was Chris Hendon or one of the astronauts on a training mission. They flipped the image and they removed the background so it looks like he's in space. And then they put it on the newspaper. That wasn't NASA that did that. And media does this all the time. They use stock photos, especially like in wars. If you watch wars, they'll use pictures from other wars or stock images.
No, this was literally a photo of them practicing for the moon. Him on wires and stuff, and what NASA had did was removed the background.
NASA didn't do that. The newspaper did that.
I'm looking for
because the original.
I'm gonna have to find it because it's not.
Yeah, I'm looking. I don't know exactly what to look for, but I don't see anything specifically. But I have seen that before, where whatever it is it's just a mirror flipped image of a guy, supposedly practicing and. I don't know enough to say, oh, that was NASA or, oh, no, the media did that. But again, it does make sense that the media would do that. He is right that they use pictures from here and there and everywhere, stock photos and all that shit. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. Fucking dilly-dilly to not knowing shit about Jack. All right, let's dive back in. I gotta pee.
The newspaper did that.
Okay,
because the original,
I'm gonna have to find it because it's NASA that originally did it.
No, the original picture from NASA still exists, and that's how people figured it out because NASA put out the original picture, and then the newspaper took that picture
when somebody questioned them.
The newspaper took that picture, flipped it, and removed the background, and said, "This is this guy in space."
And again, I do believe that, but I think if I remember correctly, Easy's about to bring up a similar thing here, like. Why wouldn't that be a huge press release from NASA? Be like, hey, yo, whoa, that was fake.
Why didn't NASA...
Actually, to answer my own question, because then we're like, oh, if you faked that, then you must have faked everything.
Come out first to say that picture's a lie.
I don't know who exposed it as being a lie, but it was
independent people. That's what
Yeah,
happens
independent-
when independent people
how
are
did they-
available to actually get the raw data on something. Shit gets fishy every time.
That's how the independent people figured it out. They said, this is this picture without a background and flipped. And people were like, that's not a real picture of the guy in space, but it wasn't NASA. NASA gave the original picture of the guy in the training, and they said, this is him training.
Right. So it does make sense to me that if they saw that and some magazine like flipped their picture, that if they, have a huge press release, then that's opening Pandora's box. Oh, so this was faked. That's fake. What else is fake? Whether or not that's the truth, I definitely, I definitely think that that's how it would play out if it went that way.
And then the news.
I'm gonna give Modi a free treat, but you guys don't get to see it because I love him.
Newspaper did that.
Another thing, I forgot you just said earlier too. The footprints.
Yeah,
you can see the footprints from the thing.
Yeah.
Have you actually looked at those photos?
Yeah.
Those are footprints.
No, I think it's just a costume.
There's some where you see the
There's
tracks
something there, yeah.
There's some where you see tracks from the rover, and then there's some where you see footprints.
Those are footprints.
Yeah.
They're not. You think those are clearly footprints, or it's some pattern that could be interpreted as footprints?
I know what footprints look like from overhead. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what they look like.
Oh my god!
Bring up the
what's the time?
Picture of that command module again.
Who?
Because that was
he's trying to get off this footprint.
Who is the one that can? Do you remember which newspaper company it was that did the photo? It wasn't NASA, right? It was a newspaper company. Do you remember which one it was?
No, I know exactly what the photo is. I know what they did to it. I can't remember which paper it's from. I have it.
I need to know because, like, we're talking. Do you know the time then? Like, for them to have the capability to like do that, to doctor a photo in that way, it seems
to flip it and remove the background.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. That if they come out and bring the Streisand effect, like, oh, fuck, somebody used our shit. We could bring attention to it, or we can just hope that most people don't notice.
That's all they did. And Bart Sabrell did that same stuff too in his videos. There's a picture where he said he's talking about why the picture isn't right. If you compare it to the original, he flipped it and he changed the aspect ratio. You can look at the fiduciary marks and they're not the right proportion that they should be. So he doctored the picture to disprove the moon landing. And that's not NASA doctoring pictures. That's I'm trying to find it. But that's not NASA doing that. That's independent people doing it.
All right, let's get ahead and see if they're gonna find it.
The tracks and all of.
And I want to
look at this.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, guys.
This is the worst picture.
That's what they.
And this is how I feel about the alien stuff. It's just like, oh, okay, well, we got that. It looks weird, and so it must be.
Give us, bro. Here, I'll get you a different
Those
one.
look like buggy
Look
tracks.
at this one. They did some like high def shit on here or something.
We got footprints. We got the rover parked right there. We got the Challenger descent stage. We got the flag. Everything is where it should be.
How do you know that by these photos? That's what I mean. Like you're saying, this is why I get like everyone takes this with like, look at this.
Fair question, Easy. But if he has an answer, then you gotta be, oh, okay. I don't know. This whole thing has been, well, you're asking questions that may or may not have answers. But if you didn't look at them or look into them, then it makes sense why you're incredulous because you don't know.
This is the type of shit they give us. Yeah, bro, that definitely proves they were fucking tracks. Like this.
Rover tracks. I mean, how do you argue with that? How do you argue with that? Mr. Man said, can humans even cross the deadly Van Allen belt without getting fried despite all the space shielding? That's what they say. That's what they say.
Put up the worst picture.
These are the first two on Google. Here, let me find another one.
There are better pictures.
Here's from NASA.
Oh, okay. So what is that?
Sand?
Oh my gosh, this is from
just random sand anywhere. I could recreate that picture so quickly without even having sand. Maybe sugar, flour, baking soda, or something. I could recreate that picture so easily.
NASA?
No, that's from CBS.
No, this other one I just found. This is from NASA. This is a close.
This is fucking space shit.
Up somehow. I don't know how this is a close. Let's just examine this for a second. What is that?
Yeah, damn. All right, we got a clear picture here. A clear footprint So we think. Because we don't have anything as a frame of reference. So for all we know, this is a fucking mountain. For all we know, this is a fucking mountain.
Footprint.
Oh yeah, it's a footprint that's raised above instead of into the ground.
What do you mean? What? It's not raised up. You can see the edges. That it pushes it aside because if you compress it, then it's gonna go like that. Like if you have a flat surface of sand like that, and you press in, it's gonna go like that. So that part makes sense.
And it has a shadow.
The shadow is because it's an indentation.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So it's going in. This isn't going up. This is one of those illusions. It's not raised up. It's an indentation, which you can tell by if the light is coming from over here. We see all the shadows going that way, right? Shadow here, shadow here. They're all going. Well, for you, they're all going that way. Meaning the light is coming from that side, and if this is inside, then it makes perfect sense that this part would be blocked because it's underneath where the light is hitting here. But it's only a footprint, so it only goes that far. And then the idea is that same thing with the smaller indentations. It's not this part going up; it's this part going even lower than this part. Figured it out. Mr. Said, I don't think they can go to the moon. Even today's technology. I think it really does come down to the Van Allen belt. I don't see anything else that would prevent us. Like not that fucking I'm an astronomer or anything, but with my my little knowledge of some basic shit, then I do think we would have the technology. I just don't think we have the money and the public interest.
What do you mean raised above? If it was raised above, there wouldn't be a shadow there.
Exactly. If it was raised above, then we would see the shadow over here because this would be blocking the light.
There.
Yeah, what do you mean? It would be covering this side of it.
If the sun is over here, the footprint is down in the ground. The back edge of the footprint is going to cast a shadow into the footprint.
No, this would be all lit up. The sun's over here. What are you talking about?
The sun's over on this side.
No, the sun is over
reason
there.
there's a shadow.
Look at the sun is over here. Or well, yeah, over here. And so because there are different levels here, then like I'm not saying I'm not saying this is definitely fake or definitely not. I'm saying that this does not make sense as a photograph of a footprint on the surface of the moon. I don't know if I want. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, do I want to know? Do I want to know? Y'all be talking about some crazy.
Look at all the
shadows are on the side of everything. So where's
shadow
the
is
sun?
on that side, which means the light.
Right, the shadow is on the same side. You look here and you go that way. You look here and you go that way. You look here and you go that way. You look here and you go that way.
Is on that side.
The light's over here, right?
No, what? Bruh. What? Why would you think that the light is on the shadow side?
No, the light's back towards the bottom right corner.
The light's okay. The light's here.
That's left, bottom right.
Oh, by the
Maybe
light's
it's flipped.
here.
Maybe it's flipped for you.
The light's here.
Yeah.
Okay, and you say this goes in.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an indentation.
Yes.
So that bottom wall is raised up.
Now, again, I'm not saying that this can't be fake. I'm saying that the argument that this is good evidence that we faked the moon landing, that is not this. That is not this. I can pull this back up. Only USA has been to the moon. Isn't that weird? Well, no, again, going back to the idea that if there's nothing really there and we have rovers and we're sharing information, and then all you really need is the stuff on the surface. Because we went there, we saw there wasn't anything under. Again, not claiming that that is true. I'm just giving you the argument that it's not. If we did actually go, it is not weird to me that only we went. Because the same reason we haven't gone back is the same reason other people haven't gone. It's too expensive, and there's nothing to do there. The place to film the moon landing is allegedly in Nevada, where I live. And so that would make sense to me as well. And I mean, photos like these, everything that's been pulled up, easily recreated in a Nevada desert.
I need to take this picture and put it on my thing. Where's
I'm just showing you what they're giving us, bro.
But no, you can see all the rocks and all the piles of dirt. The shadows are going that way, which means the light is that way. And then you can see how the toes kind of pushed in. So then that little tread is casting a shadow that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now tell me, where's the next step?
Where's the next step?
Yeah, did he hop 1 foot? Or what's going on? Why is there no step over? Like where's his other foot?
Where's the other foot? This is the same argument as the plane. First of all, there's a huge industry there. People who people who live there are poor as shit, and people from elsewhere pay a lot of money. So again, that comes back to capitalism. The reason that people, even though people were not so amazed by airplane flight and airplane technology still continued, is because there was public interest. People are willing to pay for that. Why is any random person going to pay $7 million? I don't even know. I'm pulling a number out of my ass. But you could pay 10 grand and have a photo where you're at the highest point on the earth. If you're a millionaire, then but there and back, that's all you're gonna do? There ain't nothing to do there. Why would you want to go? If you're somebody who is the type of person who wants to go to the top of Mount Everest, I assume you would be the same. You would also want to go to the moon. But again, because we don't have the infrastructure. Absolutely. Absolutely. And that goes back to the idea that, well, the Russians said it, but also, does that mean that nothing really happened? And we all knew that, all right, we're all fucked if this doesn't work. Somebody's got to take the L. We'll help you out with this, that, and the other. Well, in 80 years when you invade Ukraine, we'll pretend that we're helping and not really do it. I don't know, something like that. But so with all of these different things, some things are pointing that way, some things are pointing that way. The shadows are pointing this way, of course. But there's just a lot of stuff on either side.
It's his close-up picture. You'd have to zoom out to see the next.
It's so close that he stepped way out of frame. Dude, how big was his foot?
He's jumping. He's on the moon. He's moonwalking.
Yeah.
He's hopping around. They did a like a kangaroo hop.
Is this a slide? Can we just click this and it goes to a different thing? No.
That is a good question. Where's his other damn footprint?
Like, dude, that's mad far. Where's he fucking stepping? Where's
maybe that's the last step he took, and now he's backing up and taking the picture of the last step he took. So behind it, there's going to be footprints.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They were mad. Like they were mad good with those cameras in suits that they weren't able to look through the camera, and they got perfect shots like that. I forgot. Sorry.
Why my audio? Oh, there, I fixed it.
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear me?
No, I heard it, but it just cut out because my thing wasn't pushed in all the way. But yeah, okay, that's weird that you don't see.
And so that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of shit, both sides. I would have given you a dilly if you said the only person who actually did a moonwalk was Michael Jackson. The wording matters.
The next step, but that could have been his last step, and then he started walking back, and he turned around and took the picture of the last step he took. Mm-hmm. That's an answer.
Maybe.
That's an answer.
It's an answer. Is it the right answer? I don't know.
Possible. That's possible.
Bring up that command module picture.
All right, really quick, put a 1 in the chat if you are interested in being in the Discord while we do the after party. Put a 1 in the chat if you are interested in personally you going into the voice channel with me on stream. Give me a 1.
Oh, my command module picture. All right, here it is. Boom.
That is not the command module. That is the return capsule that comes into the atmosphere. The command module was huge, and it was attached to the LEM, and there was a tunnel. So they had the actual command module, which was like this.
Now this.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
Well done, sir. Well done.
This tube thing, that was on the end of it, and then the lunar module was on the other end.
All right, guys. That is the end of the main stream, but you need not go anywhere. The party rages on. It is the chat only that will be going to members only. But even if you are not a member, you can hit the pinned link, join the Discord. I am going to need you to stay in the Discord 24 hours before you get the permissions because, I don't want people coming fucking up my shit. But, okay, so we're going to try this. We are going to try this. So first things first, we're getting rid of Twitch. So again, even if you are not a member, you will be everything is going to stay the same. You just won't be able to chat. You can hit that link right there. It starts at just $2.99 a month. And I actually, they let you change the prices once a year. I lowered the 2 middle tiers. So if you want to be a little bit more of a baller, we got disciples, we got true disciples, we got cult disciples, and then the God Daddy that's for the ballers. All right, so Twitch is gone. Rumble is still open. If you want to be able to chat, you can go. Oh, I don't want to do that. Boom. Well, you can go over to the Rumble chat. It won't be on screen, but it will be, I will be able to see it. Oh, shout out to Glow and Dark. I know it's been longer than that. Thank you. At least a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. Yeah. So, again, if you are a member and you want to just hang out and stay, nothing is going to change for you. If you are not a member, you have options. You can stay here, hang out. These super chats will still work. You can move over to Rumble, where your chats won't be able to be pulled up, but you can still talk to us. Or you can go over to the Discord, where we will be. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going into Let Us Speak. This is live on YouTube or live on stream. Boom. All right. So we need to do that. Then I need that to pop out, and I need that there. Perfect. All right, give me 1 second. I got to pop out of StreamYard, but I will be right back. Do not leave. Shout out. If you are not a member and you don't want to hang out, then I very much appreciate you hanging out when you did. Live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern. BRB. Don't fucking leave. Okay. Then we share the screen. Boom, boom. Boom. And now I'm backwards. So we do that. That stays there. Again, if you're jumping in, then come on in. And oh wait, actually I gotta bring this down here. All right. Thank you for your patience. This is our first time trying this. Share screen. Applications. That. Boom. Then oh fuck, it's gonna be like that. God damn it! I didn't think about it like that. What about? Do we have that theater mode thing? That's as good as we're gonna get, I guess. That makes it smaller. I mean, that's pretty damn perfect. All right. Boom, boom, boom. And so I'll keep it like this. Oh, Jesus. I just got to check. Hold on. Sorry. That's looking like that. I can't be looking at this. How do we do this? How do I do this? Maybe if I pull this down here. Let's pull that down here. And share. Maybe we share. Let's try this. Oh, nope. And we want to share the tab. No, we want to share the window. Oh, hold on. Share the window. Let us speak. Also share system audio. Okay. And then this. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. We'll figure this out. So that's got to be there. Stop streaming that. And is this over here? Okay, we want to share that. Share application. That. What does this look like? So when I'm not on this, that's what we want, right? Before that was perfect, right? I need my thing to see. I'm so confused. I don't know where anything is. I need Discord. Okay, where is this? So we need that to be bigger. Nope. Oh. Is that what we want? Oh no, that's the whole thing. I don't know if this is gonna work, guys. I don't know if this is gonna work. God damn it.
That's just what comes into the atmosphere and has the heat shield, and it flies down and crashes into the water. It's got parachutes on it. It's not made to do anything other than get them back to Earth. They can sit in that and the command module and the LEM while they're on the mission.
So they lied. Okay, so just go to NASA right now. Search up what the cubic feet was
of the whole. But we need the cubic.
Okay.
Top.
There we go.
Entire
chat out.
But we also need the square foot of the LEM because they could go into the LEM too. We'll get to Apollo 13 here shortly, but entire command module square footage. Well, I need to put Apollo.
How does that look? There we go.
It's going to give me something different. Entire
And if I need to. Oh, that's that. God damn it.
See, this is the command module.
Yeah, my picture doesn't look like it. Doesn't mean anything about the math. Let's bring it up.
All right, we figured it out.
What's it say?
210 to 218. The CM, pressurized habitable volume for 3-person crew.
Yeah, so that's what I went off of.
All right, so we're working. So now it is time to go to members only. Again, if you're already in the Discord and you are not a YouTube member, this is your way to get on in. So we're gonna hit the members only. Goodbye. Boom. And we gotta get our new that. And we got our after party goal.
Okay, but that picture is not showing the whole
I know you don't like the picture. It's okay.
It's not the whole command module.
But the math is what's important.
Okay, so people were during in Soviet Russia with the gulags, they would have somebody in a coffin-sized box standing for months on end to torture people. They would keep them in boxes the size of a coffin, standing up for like months. They couldn't sleep. They barely got any food and water. They had to pee and defecate on themselves. People survived that.
Ew.
So somebody can't survive being in that thing for 3 days? I could do it.
Well, 3 men had to sit in there, right? We had the seats and the restraints, the instrument panels, the controls, the life support, all that stuff.
All right, I don't know how sustainable this is actually going to be, but we'll work on it and we'll see if anybody comes in. We'll see how that works out. We're working on it. Appreciate you.
Stuff, right? All the different things that would have had to be there. Batteries, food and water, waste collection, clothing and personal items that would have had to be with them. The insulation, the structure itself had to have had some type of cubic feet to it, and then the unusable shapes and gaps that would have had to be in the machine as well. So the problem here is, let me bring this. It's my reasonable skepticisms and questions, okay?
Reasonable.
Were all the systems as compact and reliable as claimed?
Wait. Oh, okay. Volume versus functionality.
Was there enough real-world testing to prove 8-day reliability? Where'd they get that? Where was the testing that would have needed to be done for this? They just knew it was going to work without testing it?
They tested extensively. They tested everything extensively before they left. What do you mean?
What do you
never come back?
What do you mean by that?
They couldn't. They
You
did.
can let it all
There
on
were
me.
10 missions before Apollo 11. It's not like they had a dress rehearsal where they went and orbited the moon to test the command module and the docking and redocking capabilities.
Docking.
Apollo 11 was just the first one that we landed. There was 10 other missions.
I think Avery's setting up to come hang out.
One of them, they tested the rockets. One of them, they tested orbiting. One of them, they tested, can we make it to the moon? And one of them, they tested.
Sorry, I got distracted. I read the chat and someone's crying. Go ahead, keep going.
In Apollo 10, they did what they called the dress rehearsal, where they went out to the moon, they orbited the moon, they detached the command module from the limb, they did the spin around, because they had to, when they took off, the lunar module is not in the right like place. So they have to detach, spin around, reconnect, and then get to the moon, and then detach the limb, drop it down to the moon, and then it flies back up and reconnects. And comes
I
home.
know it while it's in orbit, right? Because it didn't just sit up there; it doesn't just stay floating there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of variability.
Well, Deb has, unless she did join the Discord previously, then tomorrow would be as soon as you can get in. That's just something we got to do to make sure the trolls are not going to fuck everything up. Already got a strike on the channel hanging over our heads, so we're gonna play it a little bit safe.
Someone in the chat was crying. I wanted you to see this part too. Anyways, so this is like a perspective comparison I made here. Okay,
You're saying it's the size of a trunk of a car.
For fucking real, dude.
A walk-in closet is 100 to 150. Dude, 3 people could live in that closet.
Average. That's an average.
There are poor
closet.
people that have apartments the size of walk-in closets, and they have 12 kids living in it for their whole life.
Yeah, that's different. They don't have.
What about poor countries where they have little huts?
There's way less variables. All right. The point I'm making here, but with this comparison, right, is to show you, like how much room they would have had in this fucking thing. Nothing. There would have been no extra room. How are they moving around and actually how are they able to navigate all the different controls they would have had to navigate? How are they able to access all the safety?
Practice? Practice?
Things they would have been having to access. Like, what is that?
Why don't you show this?
Well, I'll show whatever you want. Put it up.
That in the blue picture.
Yeah.
That's what they stayed in the whole time. All you're showing is the little, you see that little triangle part right there? That's all you're showing.
Yeah, because the habitable space is what I'm going off of what
all of that was habitable.
Hey, we got Avery. What is going on, brother?
What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Chat, can we hear Avery? Let's give check. What's up?
Nothing much. Oh, you're sharing your screen. Hold on.
Yeah, so you gotta go, if you go into that.
This. Okay, there we go.
There you go. Yes, so we can hear Avery. So are you, do you think we made it to the moon or no?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not even
and
questioning.
the amount of denial from people is just absolutely fucking comical.
Okay, fair enough. Anything that was brought up that you're like, I never really thought about that before.
I think the one part where they were walking through mission control and you could see the thing in the background with it looked like they were recording a guy with the green screen. That looked kind of fucking sus.
That was weird.
I'm not gonna lie on that.
But
I would have to see the full video.
Yeah, and because I do remember seeing a little bit more where they actually use that same thing, and it's weird. But that's as far as we get. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really get any further. But all right, let's see what we got. Yeah, just start talking if you want me to pause it.
Numbers, right?
Yeah, all of that was habitable. The part you're showing, they're only on that for re-entry.
Oh
the
my
whole
God.
time they're going to and from the moon, they have this whole area.
Yes, please. Can you did you not just search up the command module's habitable space and it was 210 cubic feet?
I know, but I'm saying they didn't just have the command module. They had the command module, they had whatever this tube section is called, and they had the LEM.
Wait, I missed this. Nikki said YouTube takes way too many editorial positions for a company that enjoys 230 protections. Yep. Agreed. It's some fucking bullshit.
How do you know they had that tube section for habitable space if it wasn't listed by NASA? So you're just making up they had extra space?
No, that's what in Apollo 13.
I was so confused. I was like, why did my profile why did my profile picture get changed?
In Apollo 13, that whole, you see that open panel?
Oh, I'm also going by, yeah, you're right. This could be we could be going off a little bit different numbers because I'm going by the NASA's Apollo 11 press kit.
Yeah, I know, but that's just the square footage of that part
of the command module. On page 20, the command module said it was 210 cubic feet.
Guys, don't forget that points for movie night are double in the after party. This is the last after party. I can't see the where are we at with that? Where we at? No. Where we at? No. I didn't even switch it over. So 195. We just need to get to 250, guys. And it's double points.
Right, but what about the capsule? What's the square footage of the living space in the capsule and the LEM?
Let me bring that up one sec.
Because you got to add the command module, the capsule, and the LEM. In Apollo 13, the whole panel blew off of the side, and they spent the whole trip in the LEM. So they did
what? What did you just say?
In Apollo 13, an oxygen tank blew, and so in that picture that I'm showing, that side panel there, that whole thing blew out, and they had to move from the capsule through the command module to the LEM, and they spent the whole trip in the LEM for like 8 days. And they didn't even get off. The LEM was only built for 2 people, but they had 3 people survive in it for 8 days. And it was bad. It was cold. They had to shut down all their systems to save power. They were freezing. They were tightly packed, and it sucked. Nobody's saying it was nice and fun. How do I stop sharing this? It wasn't a comfy trip. It was probably horrible. So it's not just the command module. There's the capsule, the command module, and the LEM. And then when the LEM goes down to the moon, only 2 guys are on that. 1 guy stays in the command module and the capsule. The only time the 3 of them are...
Do you guys want to continue here? Or should we jump to the panel? Avery, I'm giving you first opinion. You want to stick where we're at, or we want to jump to the panel?
I say jump into the arguments. That sounds fun.
All right, let's get one more person to agree or disagree. You want to stay where we're at, or jump to the panel where they're going to be screaming at each other?
Stuck in the command module is reentry.
The capsule. What are you talking about when you say capsule?
The tube part with the motor, with the rocket sticking out of the back of it. That tube. There's the tube part. Then there's the capsule, the command module capsule, which is what you're talking about. And then there's the LEM, the lunar module.
Yeah, the command module is what I know as the capsule. So I didn't even know what to write in here. I don't want to fucking read through all this. I was trying to find just the numbers here. Let me just read. Fuck it.
All right. Well, we don't need to hear you read.
Yeah, but that part comes off when they re-enter, and all you're showing is all your.
All right, nobody's saying shit. So panel time.
It's not. That's why they twinkle.
The stars are in the waters above, beyond the planets. Look at the magician.
That makes it. You can. Yeah, okay. Tiny's producing.
Is that why you took me off the editor thing?
Everyone.
Thanks. Hey, listen, I'm gonna blow through this really quick because it's really late for me.
Don't blow too hard.
Get it. Get it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm really interested to see what people
drinking.
say
Can you
about
help
this.
it?
Go ahead, Premonition.
Okay.
Get him.
Get him.
No, I'm just gonna blow through this.
Right, you said that
all right,
already.
Go.
Can we get to the fucking presentation?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Yeah. JS, thank you so much. You did such a good job. And Speak, I
Oh my
absolutely
God!
adore you.
Just say the thing.
But
It's completely stupid.
up again, actually, to any of you.
It's all right. Say what you gotta say. Don't be nervous. I can take it. Don't worry.
Okay.
You can say whatever you want to say. You can say everything I said was completely stupid. Whatever. I'm not gonna take it to heart.
Speak. Do you know what Soho is?
Sorry. Do I know what is?
Soho.
Southern hospitality.
Soho is the thing that watches the sun. Do you believe in it?
Oh, it's like a telescope.
The craft. No, it's not a telescope. It's out in space. It's watching the sun. Do you believe in it?
I'd have to look into it. I don't know if I know.
Okay. Do you know what Cassini was? 2004. It doesn't matter.
All right, yeah, I'm not feeling this. We're just gonna do a little hop, skip, and oh wait, where are we? I can't see the fucking thing. It's so goddamn small. Oh, here it is. Let's just pop a little pop forward. We got Steelborn, Jack of Blades,
Normandy.
This is just like if you deny these things, you're hurting people's feelings, which is not an argument.
I can tell you why we
You're a
can.
man.
We can wait,
I'm a woman.
premonition. We can independently verify all the battlefield remains of Normandy. Right, there's a lot of structural, structural of the bunkers and stuff left that were exploded. We not only can verify our own military records, we can cross-reference it with the defenses of Germany's military records, and we can cross-reference them and see that they were saying the same thing on both sides here. Right?
Real quick, hold on. There's
The photos, the film, and not only the photos on ground, we have aerial footage of everything happening over it too.
But hold on, there's a different question here that you should ask.
So you're talking about Normandy.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a different question. You should ask Easy if he thinks it's even possible to go to the moon. Like, is that even a possible thing?
None of you guys believe it, and I'm done trying to. We're going to die off, and you guys aren't even going to know what the moon is. You guys are going to forget we ever.
I'm not going to be able to look up in the sky and see a rock.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Before we went to the moon, did people know what the moon was? Before we claimed to go to the moon? Before we had rocket ships?
2.5 Indians did.
Were we talking about the moon in ancient Greece? I mean, what a stupid fucking argument.
I've never spoken to you. I don't know you. And you're being really rude. And I'm.
Hey, look, we're here to debate, okay? We're not here to, we're not here to hold
This ain't
hands and walk you through your.
Yeah, this ain't
10-minute monologue,
kumbaya,
okay?
chick. Where you at?
Okay,
We all still love you over here, though, Base Grandma. We still love you.
I don't like you. So there, I am based, and I don't fit.
I believe that. Maybe you are based on everything else, but on this, you're not able to defend yourself.
I'm not trying to defend myself. I'm telling you what I remember and what I saw with my own eyes, and you guys laugh about it.
Oh, so she probably told a story about like, oh, this happened, so therefore. Fucking crystal bitches. Oh.
And you make it's disgusting.
No. Hey, did you ever see Star Wars? I saw Star Wars.
Steelburn, hold on.
Hey, I've seen Star Wars. Let's fucking go. Dilly. To you guys.
You finally watched Star Wars?
We did it for a movie night. We won a movie night, which again, guys, double points right now. We are very close to that movie night goal. But yes, classic American movies that I have never seen before. As many of you know, I am a first-generation American, and, my parents came here. They were working hard doing their thing, and so there's a bunch of movies that just never got passed down to me until I was old enough to, find stuff on my own. I just had no idea. So we did Star Wars. We did...
Which Star Wars?
First one, obviously. We did that.
Which one will be? Is that the
no?
Phantom
New Hope.
Menace,
A New
or
Hope.
is that
New Hope.
A
New Hope. A New Hope.
Okay. That's episode 4.
But I said the first one.
That can be
Episode 4 would be the fifth. The fifth one that came out. I know chronologically, but I said that specifically. So we did Star Wars, and then what else did we do before the double feature? Nope.
What was the other one?
No, we did Terminator. No, we haven't done. We did do Terminator. I think that might have been it. Yeah, Terminator, and then we did the double feature where we had Indiana Jones and I don't even fucking remember, but dope ass movies. Monty Python. That's right, Monty Python. So
Terminator 2 is way better than the original.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed with how that played out. I expected it to be a little bit more T2, I guess. But
Second one is wait, have you seen T2 or?
no, that's why we're going in order. I'm not watching sequels before.
T2.
Well, we gotta get a movie night. He said Star Wars is the perfect movie trilogy, and like we say, so if you guys hit the 250 goal, then we bump it up to 400 for a double feature. And if we hit the 400, then we go up to 500. So it's only 100 more points, and you get a trilogy. So you can pick any trilogy, and we watch the entire thing. So get your donos in if you want the movie night. We are 55 points away, guys. 55 points. What is that? $23 or some shit? $23. I'm not promising that I'm going to be live tomorrow. This might be your last chance, and you got the double points. All right, let's hop back in here, see if we can catch up to what they're doing.
Yo, Prem, this is Rowdy Gotti from the other night. I just wanted to come on here to say, like, what up to, like, Geo and Bandit and Teriak. I just thought it was weird that they weren't up here to tell Easy that, or ask Easy if he had ever considered that the crazy nonsense that he's spewing is a psyop from the enemies of America to help destroy our history and to destroy our accomplishments.
I was hoping he was going to say something along the lines of what I've been talking about with religion. Like, I wonder if you thought about how all of this applies to your religion. But I guess not.
But it was weird that everybody up here was kind of taking the we definitely didn't land on the moon side. So Prem, I was actually up here to have your back, but it seems like tonight that's
I've
not
thought of
the
that.
case.
We're a great country without
Rowdy,
it.
just as much as I've thought of that you're a psyop sent here to stop me from spreading.
True.
The truth.
Rowdy, in my opening,
That's how much I thought about it. It's not
I was
even
talking
a
about
realistic
you in my
thing.
opening, Rowdy. Your debate the other day about Artemis was one of the worst debates I've ever heard. You didn't make a single.
Oh, really? I have that one saved too. I think I forget exactly what it is, but something along the lines of, was the Artemis mission real, or something like that. Yeah, how do you even know? We have half the panel is not even cammed up. How do you know that there's not 3 blacks right here? You don't know jack shit. Talking shit.
Argument the whole time.
I believe you. I believe you.
By the way, hold on. Base Grandma, I didn't even come here and give a position, man. I just said I wanted to address one thing that JS said, and it was about fucking welding sparks. Have you ever welded, motherfucker? Those sparks burn like I weld every day.
Yeah.
Welding sparks burn like a motherfucker. What do you mean welding sparks don't burn?
I've welded with no
Hey,
protection.
Steelboard,
Is anybody else planning to come in? Because if not, then it would be significantly easier for me to just bring Avery onto StreamYard. So we'll give you another couple minutes. But last night,
Honestly,
of course.
I'm gonna dip out at 10:30. I got a 16-hour day tomorrow.
Okay. And yeah, so all right, let's just do that. Let's what am I doing? So yeah, I'll just put the link in the free chat. And then we'll just go to because I'm like all over the place, and if it's just you and me, then we can just hang out. All right, so I'm leaving this. I will see you on StreamYard. All right, where am I? First, let me get the link for Avery. We tried, you know. Is this going to turn on? Yeah. All right, now we can zoom, put that back here. We're at 33%. Boom, boom. Much better. Now I have this. Everything is where it needs to be. All right, there we go. We tried it. And yeah, links in free chat. We tried it, but you know, you gotta work out the kinks. This is just significantly easier, and then we're full screen. I can see everything that I need to see. We'll try it a couple times and see if people hop in. Maybe I'll try something where I'll hit up people in Discord and be like, is anybody coming in? And if not, then we'll just stay here. We working on it. Nikki said the original trilogy has everything, talking about Star Wars. It's adventure, romance with the best of both main science fiction ideas, dystopian future, and the best of mankind in one film. I literally popped in and told you it's in the free chat. It is in the free chat. I put it there too. Y'all heard me. Hey, it's in the free chat. And it's right here now. Okay. What was that? What were we just saying? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the biggest thing, that like there's so much of pop culture references Star Wars and the other properties, and I just like it doesn't land with me because I don't know any of it. And so, finally we watched the first one, and then I'm down to watch the rest. But they got to be in release order. Because remember, like the later movies in release order came out when I was old enough to be like, oh, okay, I could go see that if I want. But I just didn't because I hadn't seen the previous ones.
You don't even need that, bro. No, I was doing my own debate over on Horseradish's show. No, and I just was like listening for a minute. I was like, I come in here for like 5 minutes. I hear him go, you ever done welding? Your sparks don't even burn. I'm like, just cover your
whole face. Just get some sunglasses. You can cut through steel. You can cut through steel, and it sends back sparks, and they can hit you in the arm. They can hit you in the leg.
Yes, but the sparks that you make are much finer than the sparks made from a welding gun. Now, if you're TIG welding, you're right. The sparks don't hurt because they're out of fucking sparks from TIG welding. But MIG stick and flux core welding definitely make sparks, and they fucking.
Hey, there he is, live and in color. Welcome.
When
Long
I heard you said free chat, I heard chat. I didn't hear the free part.
That's right.
My bad.
Welcome back. Long time no see. All right, yeah, let's try and figure out what the fuck they talking about here. We got an Avery W.
Sparks don't hurt because they're out of fucking sparks from TIG welding. But MIG stick and flux core welding definitely make sparks, and they fucking burn like a motherfucker.
I know, I've done it.
You have some welding sparks drop down onto your fucking
I've done
shirt
it. I know how to weld. I did a stream where I was blinded because I didn't wear a mask, and I welded all day without a mask on.
Well, that's retarded.
I know it was.
Hold on.
But I know how to do it.
Then you should know this better than anybody. Welding with no protection will fucking leave you with the nastiest sunburn you've ever had on one particular area.
Yes, but I've grinded.
Okay, I think they might be talking about the Van Halen belt. That seems to be the relevant aspect of like sparks and stuff.
We passed through it before during the Apollo missions. It's they have to I was reading about this a couple months ago when someone brought it up to me. There's a certain way to pass through it to limit radiation, effectively, is what it is.
And that, I mean, like that seems like the type of question that if you have, that you can easily find out. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, we're just watching this because it's fun. Like, but if I was going to get into a debate, I would be very familiar with why the Van Halen belt is a showstopper, or it doesn't. Goes to that kind of radiation in the Van Allen belt doesn't harm us, or doesn't harm us much. And then I think
it's like people just hear the word radiation and they immediately think, "Oh my God, you're going to die." When you walk outside, you're getting blasted with radiation by the sun every fucking day. Not all types of radiation affect us.
True. Yeah, and if it's the gamma rays, then yeah, there's not the same kind of radiation from like uranium or like the Power Stone. Yeah, it's just different frequency. Not frequency. It's a different.
I think it is a different frequency. Honestly, that's how they measure it.
There you go. See, I know some things, kind of, sort of. All right, back.
Metal, and I've had sparks fly back and hit me.
But there's a difference.
The point that I'm making is that if each of those little sparks is 2,000 degrees, and it can hit you and it doesn't hurt because the density.
Yeah, they have no mass compared
to
you
could have superheated steam.
I know things sometimes,
and you can run your hand through it.
It's
won't burn your hand.
Ionizing versus non-ionizing radiation.
Okay.
Non-ionization radiation, lower energy, lower wavelengths. It moves atoms or causes them to vibrate. Does not damage DNA directly. It's the ionizing radiation that we have to worry about. X-rays, gamma rays, alpha particles, beta particles.
Wait, but I thought somebody said that the Van Allen belt was gamma radiation.
Is it?
I don't know. You want to look that up while we're doing this? Thank you, sir.
But if it was liquid, if it was denser, then it would burn you. That's why the 2000 Kelvin radiation in the Van Allen belt doesn't affect the spaceship, because it's
not.
It'd be like if you put a basket.
What's not?
The Van Allen belts are not made of gamma radiation. It's high-speed protons and electrons.
Okay.
That are
there we
trapped and
go.
held in place by Earth's magnetic field.
There you go. There you go. So radiation is well, that's why I was thinking with that's the one they use for the Hulk, but I mean it's a fucking comic book, so I don't know. I don't know.
Basketball on a football field.
Wait, what?
Doesn't affect the spaceship, because it's those. It'd be like if you put a basketball on a football field.
Okay.
Like, and then every football field has one basketball on it. That's the particles. I can walk through the football field without touching the basketball.
Well, okay, I could even grant.
Interesting. So he's saying that the particles, the dangerous particles are there, but because again we with the zoom out space video that we saw, because there's so much space that yes, if we were to run into the two dots on the screen, then we'd be fine. But we just go this way and we're good to go. Sounds like it makes sense to me.
That's all that, but I was just almost arguing. All I came up to argue against here was the fucking welding sparks don't burn. Like, wait a minute, they move way slower, they have way more density, and the thing that about grinding sparks is they're fucking tiny, and they move way fucking faster than welding sparks, so they lose all heat instantly. That was the shit that I didn't hear anything else from the debate. I just want to let you know that I just heard that.
I've welded with no protection.
Well, thank you for letting us know.
My eyes were fucked up, but I didn't get burnt. My arms and
What
legs.
kind of welding were you doing?
I've done I've done TIG welding, and I've done
that specific, show or vert type that you're talking about.
the one where you
I'm saying we had no gear.
The one where you have the long metal bar, the flux bar, and you got to tap it to the
stick welding.
All right, we're gonna hop up a little bit more. See what we got here. I have not seen. I didn't watch any of the panels. So I have no idea.
The winners, not just win. It was. What I was bringing up to him during the debate, Nacho, was that like during that time, it was the Cold War when the main idea was to be seen as the winners, not just win. It was that didn't matter. It was to be seen by the world as the winners, right? Like look at it, like you just.
If you were gonna have mutant powers, what are we going with? Avery, what you got?
Me?
Yeah.
Fuck, I don't know. Shit.
You never thought about this?
Something like Homelander, like just everything Homelander has.
Okay, fair.
Honestly, I think the Deep would be interesting to have, but not cool. You know what I mean? Like the ability to actually talk to like marine mammals and shit like that.
Fair.
I think that would be fucking cool.
What if you had to pick one single power? Like you could fly, you could have super strength, you could have laser eyes, you could have super hearing, you could be obsessed with breast milk. But you got to pick one. Vanessa goes for
probably super strength.
Strength.
Super strength, I think would be the most useful.
Freeze
or
breath.
Flying.
That's an interesting one. I think invisibility.
What, like fucking Frozone from the fucking Incredibles?
Yeah, that would be dope. Lactose intolerance. Guess we found the lactose intolerant person. But Glow, so you should come up, bro. Come on up and tell me why you think that I thought you said invisibility. Invincibility, I do kind of agree. That might get boring because then it's just like, okay, now what do I do? Invisibility.
Talking about you steal all the money if you're invisible.
Right, yeah. There's endless uses for nobody can see what I'm doing. Some, some worse and some better. Nikki said reading minds because you could blackmail people like Bill Gates. And this is why I go back to invincibility, because not all of them, like Lois has super strength you could do good with, not just for harming. But other than having super strength, so many of the things that you guys talk about with this stuff is you can use the invisibility to accomplish that same thing. So specifically with blackmailing people, can't nobody see you. Wait till he's in his office doing whatever he's doing, and he's going to say some shit. You're good to go.
Telekinesis would be cool.
Yeah, moving things with your mind. That would be interesting. Invisible if I can make my clothes invisible. I don't want to have to be naked all day, but nobody can see you! What does it matter? Telekinesis is a good one. That's a good one. All right, now we're kind of finding our footing here.
It was to be seen
was a
by the
propaganda war.
world as the winners, right? Like look at it, like you just brought up. There's the MK Ultra, the Gulf of Tonkin, all these different things that we literally fucking lied. We were lying straight up.
About
fucking
everything.
Like
Lied about Guantanamo Bay. We lied about.
Well, you'd callous that shit up. I mean, the first couple weeks might be tough, but then you got calluses.
MK Ultra. We lied
Everything,
about
dude. Yeah.
Operation North.
We didn't lie about
like
Operation
everything,
North.
bro. We lied
Everybody
about
knew
everything.
Warner von Braun was a Nazi.
We constantly lied to the United
Right.
States.
All of the scientists that we brought here, that we stole from Germany. We
Do all my work in the summer. There you go. There you go. Blackmail everybody in the summer.
Honestly,
then I'm chilling.
You would be the best private investigator if you had invisibility. The absolute fucking best. You would be stupid rich if you capitalized on that. To governments, oh my god.
That'd be.
Oh my god.
Dick, please tell me this is what I think it is. If it's what I think it is, that you know what I'm asking. Is this what I think it is? Please let somebody have a good reference.
I don't know what that is. Blow shit up with my brain? I don't get it.
If you know, you know, and I'm not sure if Dick is just saying that, but this is word for word with a what's his name? Jason. Yeah, fucking accepted. I want to blow shit up with my mind. Justin, what the fuck is his name? Yeah, accepted. One of the early, not Seth Rogen, the other one. The fat Seth, not, oh God. No, I'm talking about accepted. I'm talking about accepted. I mean, maybe it's in Scanners as well, but I'm talking about when the guy is like, ooh. Justin Long, and Jonah Hill. There we go. I think that was like 2005. Great movie. All right, I'm back in. We're really not gonna get Morty anything at all. We're so close, guys. We're so close. This is the double points.
I donated my money for the week. Y'all gotta help out.
Lied about that for a long time. Oh, they disappear. We promised we punished them. We promised we punished them all. We promised we didn't change their names, bring them here, put them into,
fucking Warner von Braun's name. Everybody knew he was a Nazi and he was still an
Yeah,
American.
but I hate I feel like that argument's kind of invalid because it's like it happens in every war. We take the intelligent people and we bring them on our side. It's happened all throughout fucking history. It shouldn't be surprising.
No, not up there. Come sit with me. You don't like me anymore. They're the ones that control the treats. It's not me.
Every $50 donation gets the Indian Jesus to show his mumbo jumbos.
My mamba jambas.
Oh, your mamba jambas.
Fucking Warner von Braun's name. Everybody knew he was a Nazi and he was still an American hero. They carried him through the streets in Alabama.
That is a good point, though. That's a common thing where I mean, where did a grape and pillage come from? It ain't just that.
They picked him up. His arm was in a cast where they broke it. Over there.
Yeah,
he's talking about when they first picked him up and brought him here. He showed up in a cast, and a lot of people speculated it's because we broke his fucking arm.
You're damn right we did. He built our rocket too.
Yeah, and then he built our rockets.
Ooh, 46 seconds. Do we think we can get away with 46 seconds? I feel like we can get away with 46 seconds. If we
With fire here, Lutch.
Oh, Jesus.
Blow shit up with my mind.
Okay. Write it on the board.
Hey, shout out to Glowing Dark with the big $3 on Venmo. Thank you. So very, very much. And of course, a treat for the Overlord and 6 points to the movie goal. Thank you. So very, very much. But never seen Firefly. So you can add that to the list.
Firefly's all right. You just gotta watch it in order. It aired in the wrong order, so you have to figure out the actual order of the episodes. Yeah, they aired the fucking series in the wrong order. So episode 1 is not episode 1. It's like fucking episode 4 or 5.
This show?
Yes.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to look into
I don't know.
that.
I don't know if they fixed it on streaming services, but yeah, it's a decent one. It's not bad. It's not my favorite, but.
Nice cutting. There you go. And that is accepted. Serenity, never seen that either. Wow. See, this is so once we get down through the main old franchises, the Terminators, the Indiana Jones, the Star Wars, stuff like that. Then, especially with the double features, then it's going to be like, oh, okay, you guys show me something, and I'm going to show you something. Guys,
Lux, what's your Venmo?
My Venmo is, I will put it on the screen right now, just at the Indian Jesus. And we've got the $3, which is 6. So that is 201, baby! 1 and 3 out of 25 with Glow as our new sponsor of the after party. Very, very, very much appreciated, guys. Let's dive back and okay. I'll look. Give me a second.
He broke
his fucking
shit! Damn right we did. He built our rockets. Too.
Yeah, and then he built our rockets.
We'd have kicked him some more if he didn't. Might have cut that arm off.
Yeah, Nasty brings up the Tuskegee experiments. They're fucking.
Oh yeah, the Tuskegee experiments are crazy.
Lutch, it's not letting me. I don't know if you can see that.
Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, it all works, but right now, we got Glow in Dark again. With a $2 make you holla. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very much. That's a total of 10 points added, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So very, very
it's
much.
asking me for the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I don't know if you want to give that out to a random person.
I got you in the private chat.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Mr. Glow. Let me get the points, and we will play this. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Brings up the Tuskegee experiments. They're fucking.
Oh yeah, the Tuskegee experiments are crazy.
That's fucked up, dude. Mad and lied. Just straight up lied. Just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
This was what that was about. The Cold War was about.
USA haters.
Display, propaganda campaigns, and
how was that USA hating though? I love the US. I love my country.
Out sponsoring his goddamn self, guys. That's up at over 200 points. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And did he do it? Did he just do that? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! With the big 10. We're gonna use Glow's chat so that I don't forget. But a big $10 saying watch Battlestar Galactica. We gonna have to do that. Should I go? I was questioning whether to do Battlestar Galactica first or Star Trek. But I guess I know it now. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. You got me into TikTok. I fucking use TikTok. That was the agreement. You gotta watch BSG. You gotta at least give the first 3 episodes a fucking try, dude.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep. I have the only thing I have on the docket
100 episodes
is we're doing Avery Z, our new sponsor of the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, I just have to watch. I have to do a binge watch of season 1 of The Pit because I watched season 2 as it aired, and I didn't. I was like, dude, is this worse? I don't really know. And then I binged it when it was done, and then I was like, I think it's worse, but I need to see for sure. So I have 15 hours of The Pit, and then Battlestar Galactica, and since I know that you are, well, I mean, I already have a part like this, but that I've already decided a what I've been watching section in the Substack, and that will be there. That will be there. Thank you so very, very much, gentlemen. Very much appreciated. Let's keep.
I want to see your TikToks on it.
Yeah, I have a few. I have a few, definitely. Some of the some of the good things that you meant. Well, that's a separate section. So what I'm watching is more like the TV and movies and stuff. And so like that's where I talk about Obsession. If you guys have not seen Obsession, go fucking watch Obsession. I can give you a free link. It's still a cam version, but you don't really think for 5 more seconds about it. Like I said, I love Buffy. Angel was good too, but Buffy is definitely my favorite. That's another one that I want to go back and watch because it was very popular, but it always seemed like just a girly show. But over time, I've seen a lot more people that like, no, that's like a legit show, especially looking at the bullshit that they have now. And again, guys, if you guys want to come up, just be like, yo, drop a link, and we will do it.
I can't be the only one up here, guys. Why is everyone on the channel so shy? It's just the internet. You talk shit on it all fucking day.
Right, exactly. Exactly. But as a modern Battlestar Galactica, I assume not the 70s series?
Not the 70s, the one that came out in the early 2000s.
Ooh,
the remake
I like
from the early 2000s. And if you like that one, you should watch Caprica, which is the prequel after.
All right, we're going to add it all to the list. All to the list. So we do have 2 minutes left on the goal, but since you guys were awesome, we're going to keep the party raging just a little bit. You guys know absolutely every single time the donos keep the party raging. Gentlemen, Avery, Glow, very much appreciated. Let's party on.
I just believe we don't need this, bullshit to be a great country. We're still a great country.
Bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, we are. And we are winning.
Internet is a better achievement for fucking America than the
Who said that? I think that was Mystery Man.
Fucking going to the moon, okay?
Yeah,
you know what's
what we're doing right
impressive
now.
for me?
Yeah, like all the automobiles.
We wouldn't have
America built a fucking. This is the thing.
We wouldn't have internet without space travel.
There's an interstate
Right.
highway
Yeah,
system
impact
like
factors
no
either.
other in America. That
Hold on a second.
Okay, so hold on. Without
We have to
moon
address that
travel, we
question
would
you
still
said.
have it.
Hold on. You said we wouldn't have internet without space travel. I'm sorry. Do you need to have? Why do you need to have space travel to have internet?
Don't they use satellites and stuff for dang internet?
They do, but we have underwater cables.
Yeah, we have underwater cables.
Yeah.
You can have Ethernet. You can have actual like hardwire.
Damn, they actually speak fast enough for like normal shit. I love it.
Which would be faster by the way. Than the
This is
satellite.
This is normal speed. I love it.
Dial up. What do you mean dial up? That's what we have currently. We have fiber optic cables that span the globe. That's what we use. We don't use. We use
By the way,
satellites as
internet
like
is
a
Fiber optic
more
cables since like the
satellites than
70s or 80s.
There's more fiber optic cables than we fucking.
They're like a bonus. Satellites are like.
Ooh, that's interesting because I feel like it would probably be easier to hook into something that's a little bit lighter. Week to week, scary monster stuff. But and then it builds as it goes. Have you seen Buffy, Avery?
No, I've never seen. People have told me to watch it a lot, but it's not my type of show. I'm very deep in sci-fi and fantasy.
I've realized that I just need a strong plot. So, but if I don't have that is number one. But if I don't have the characters to really grip me in, then I'm not going to care.
You're gonna love Battlestar Galactica.
There we go.
You're gonna love
I can
that
make
show.
it. I can make it through a show like that, but I'm not going to love it if it doesn't have great characters. But I can't do the other way around. I can't do the other way around, where there are
great characters in a shitty plot.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I just don't like. Okay, yeah, the characters are great, but nothing is happening, and so I can't care about what happens to them. And a good litmus test that I've found, is that any good show within 3 to 5 episodes, depending on how it goes. Within 3 to 5 episodes, I should be wondering about the character. I should be wondering, what are they thinking about this? What are they going to do next? How are they going to do this? What are they going to think about? There has to be something like that. I'm not the kind of person where it's like, just go along for the ride. I'm like, yeah. Do you like Dune?
Yeah, fuck yeah, I do. Fuck yeah.
That's I
can't wait for the third movie. I cannot wait for the third movie, dude. I am excited. I've read the first 3 books, so I think they are going to stop at the third movie. So because after that, it gets fucking weird. It gets very weird.
Do you feel like there's a big difference of being a book reader for specifically for Dune?
Yes,
okay. That makes sense.
Yes. No, there is a very big difference, and there's a lot of like there was another love interest in the books that they didn't really bring into play in the movies, which I kind of understand it. But yeah, it's that there are the differences aren't stupid big. So you still get the core of the story, and the story is still the same. The main events still happen, but it's minor details like that are kind of left out. It's kind of like Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones leaves out a lot of stuff, but it doesn't impact the plot to a substantial point. That makes sense.
Word. And that's how, because I went to, they put it on Netflix, and I went in to watch it, and I watched maybe like an hour of it, and I was like, I'm going to turn this off because I think that I would be way, I'll enjoy this way better if I watch this with somebody who knows that story, knows that universe.
Bro, read the book. The book's amazing.
I'm not fucking doing that. I cannot read fiction. I just do not care. Every sentence, I find myself being like, I love movies and TV, but just when every single sentence, I'm like, okay, and what does that mean? Okay, and so then I don't know what it is. I used to love reading when I was a little kid. I think school just fucking soured it in my mind because, with the way that, you had to read it in such a way where you feel this, that, or you understand this, that, and that, instead of just reading it to get lost in the story. That's another aspect of getting lost in the narrative. I don't want to, so like Pluribus, for example. Pluribus
I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, it's a good one.
People tell me it's good.
I won't spoil anything, but it's slow. It's definitely a slow burn. There's not a lot of dialogue, but Vince Gilligan is amazing at visual storytelling. And so, even if you're not familiar with Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul and all that stuff, like if you are, it's more of that kind of stuff. Obviously,
it's kind of like a slow burn, like Severance.
Yes,
it takes like four episodes to really figure out. Okay, well now the story's picking up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I don't like when shows do that unless they do it well enough where it's like, okay, I don't know what's going on, but like a lot of the horror type shows
keeps you guessing.
They're well, yes, but in a bad way where it's like I can't think of one specifically. No, American Horror Story. People love American Horror Story. I fucking hate that.
It's a great show. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because every scene, it's just like, here's a thing you have no context for. Okay. Then here's another scene that you have no context
because
for.
You put it together.
Okay? Here's another scene you have no context
for. You put it together. It all makes sense in the end.
Do homework. I'm not trying to fucking do homework.
You're not going to do. You're not doing homework.
Or don't tell me the story.
You're not doing homework. It all comes together in the end.
If I have to explicitly try to remember a thing, then you are not telling me a story. I am picking up and making my own story based on what you are saying. If I'm going to tell you a story about what happened with me and Morty at the park, and you decide that you're interested in knowing hearing that story about what happened with me and Morty at the park, and then I start talking about, well, the sand is over there. Remember that? There's sand over there, and then there was a guy in a green shirt, and then it got really quiet, and Morty may have been scared, or maybe he was hungry, or maybe it was this, and then we get to the park, and then, there's a bunch of things, and then before we went to the park, you have to remember that Morty was wearing a hat, but I took the hat off before, but he was familiar with the hat, so when we got to the park, and I put the hat on, do you see how that's not as fun as, we went to the park and Morty was wearing a little hat and he was running around and people thought he was cute.
It's not as simple as that, but I mean, sure, I guess when you put it that way. I mean, I like movies that make me think. I like movies and shows that make me piece. It's like a scavenger hunt. They make you piece things together yourself.
Right. but there's levels. Like Game of Thrones is definitely in that realm where it's like it's showing
is
you
amazing.
Expanse is great. Apparently, I didn't even realize, but Silo is coming back. Silo.
I haven't seen Silo.
It's not like top tier, but based on the other shit that's around, I definitely think it's
better.
Better.
People have told me Outlander is a fucking amazing show, and I haven't watched it yet.
Never seen it. It's not that I want that. The whole thing is that horror is not really my thing, because that's what, that's what horror usually is. It's usually the I don't know. I don't want that. I want to be like, that's why I personally think that Better Call Saul is the best story ever told on television. And because I believe that Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and El Camino is one story, and I cheat a little bit, and that is perfect. And so if you think about my favorite stories, we have the Breaking Bad universe on one side, and we have Lost on the other. Very different types of shows, but Lost is able to show you a bunch of shit where you don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's enough in the moment where you're like, okay, that happened. You're not like, you don't have to think about it when it comes.
You don't think
up.
American Horror Story does that?
Nope. I watched the entire season, and by the end, I was like, oh, okay, I think I
How
see
many
where this is
seasons
going.
have you watched? How many seasons have you watched?
One.
Okay, so
Because-
hold
because
on. Every season is a different story.
I know that.
Okay.
That's why I stopped watching, because by the time I finally understood what was going on, the story
But they
changed.
all end up connecting.
I
Or at
don't
least
care.
I think up until a certain point.
This is the same bullshit that all the anime people give me. Like, oh, you just gotta watch the first 75 episodes and then it gets good.
No, hold on. I'm gonna give you a good fucking series that if you don't like anime, I really don't watch anime
I'm not
anymore.
watching
I
any
don't.
more anime.
No. Shut the fuck up. You're gonna watch this. Okay. Just trust me on this. SAO is hands down one of the best animes I've watched. It is. Sword Art Online is one of the best animes I've ever fucking watched.
Another anime
and you should watch it.
Never watch.
And you should fucking watch it.
I'm just done because I've seen like probably a handful, and they're very different from each other. But all the things that I didn't like about that were the same in every single one.
Like
exactly
what?
The same shit with the horror stuff, where it's just like a scene happens and it has no context, and another scene happens, it has no context, and another scene happens,
that's just
it has
anime
no
in
context.
general. A lot of it's action.
Exactly.
A lot of it, hold on. Listen. A lot of it is action, folk, like needless action, but there are some that are actually really good.
Okay, but fair
there are
enough.
some that
But
take
if
different
that's-
approaches.
If that's not what I'm into, then I'm not into that. And so again, it's not a matter of, oh, I just want them to tell me all the answers right away, because
That's
Lost
what it
does not
sounds
do that.
like.
Okay, but Lost doesn't do that now, does it?
No.
Okay, and so then there's a difference with the Breaking Bad universe. It tells you exactly what is going on, but it's not it's more of show, don't tell. It shows you what's going on, and you have a full understanding of everything that's going on without them having to tell you. I want to be locked into a narrative. I want to forget that I exist. All I want to be aware of is what is happening. Death Note is one of the ones that I tried. I saw the live action movie. I had no idea what it was. And I was like, this is corny, but this is clearly got some legs to it. And I actually stuck on Death Note for a while. But as soon as the main guy lost the notebook, I was like, okay, wait, what is going on? I said Lost pissed me off because the writers clearly didn't know the great plan. I think that's how all good shows work. I think we saw with Game of Thrones, and even though I personally love How I Met Your Mother, a lot of people hate How I Met Your Mother, or at least the end of How I Met Your Mother, because they stick to what the plan was. And so I do think that having it, especially over time, the longer the show is, the less should be planned from the beginning. Because
I mean, like, do you think they plan to go that long with How I Met Your Mother? Though, how many seasons did it have? Like,
I'm
did it
pretty
have, like,
sure
double digits.
I'm pretty sure they only they initially were planning for 3 to 5 seasons. They set it up so they could end it after the first one, and then there was a quasi ending at the end of season 7, and it was 9 seasons in total.
Okay.
Game of Thrones had a lot of threads met. Lost tried stuff and then gave up or retconned every time and failed. Just disagree. What retcon? Yeah, give me an example. Give me an example. Lost is fucking perfect.
It's not perfect. It's still one of the best shows.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Except for the fact that I'm not sure if he's joking or if he really doesn't get it. Okay. Like when Lost had that stupid number that you had to enter, you just knew the writers had no idea what happens if you don't enter the number. Except that they show what happens when you don't enter the number. And it's a pretty central part of the entire story. So this is probably the worst.
I don't think Lost ever retconned. Yeah.
That's what
I think they ever did.
So
I think they abandoned a couple of plot lines, but other than that.
Right. But okay, so the beast was always a bear. The bear was explained. And the Black Mist was explicitly explained throughout the entirety of the last season. What was retconned about the bears? What was retconned about the black smoke? Nicky asks, does anyone remember an animated movie where they were in space looking for the lost original Earth? Yes.
Is that The Last Titan? Or no?
I think so.
Was that The Last Titan?
I'm going to put this into GPT. We're just going to do... Someone said that... Someone said this in chat. Do you know what they mean? I think. What did you say?
The Lost Titan.
Titan AE.
Titan AE. There you go. Yeah.
That would be mine. Yeah.
Hey, Treasure Planet's a goated movie, but it doesn't fit it.
Word. But yeah, Titan AE. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a throwback. What are we doing? Okay, well, yeah. Gang. That's the one. Yeah, I had that on VHS. That shit was baller. Well, Bait doesn't like you, bitch. Do we wait, Dick, do you get it? Are you
Hold on, Podesta. I mean, Podesta does have a point here. In the first episode, the noise that's coming from the forest and it's knocking down trees. I don't think that was a bear though. I think that was the Black Mist.
Yeah, but even still, that's not a retcon. That's just they didn't explain it yet, and then they explained it, and then they gave you the answer of what it was. A retcon means that they established something, and they're like, "Oh no, actually, it's this," which did not happen. I'm trying to think. Let me look at some of the, since we're on the TV train here. We got a bunch of shit. Well, this is kind of in the same vein as what I was asking about Dune. I don't know. We can use this one. There we go.
Did you see the new House of the Dragon episode, dude?
Hell yeah. Okay.
One of two ways. Because if you read the books and you know a lot more about the universe, then there's a lot more that you're going to be able to pick up in the show. But obviously, if you know the books, then there's a lot in the books that either isn't in the show or is shoehorned into it in a cockamamie way. It's almost universal that book readers at the end of season 5, when Jon Snow, that's universally where they're like, oh, that's where the show fell off. And I don't necessarily disagree that there was a little bit of a decline after that. But to say that season 6, episode 1, and season 8 was a clear decline, no, that didn't happen. So I don't know.
Dude, the Battle of the Bastards was fucking amazing in seasons. Right? Was it season 6?
Thank you.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome, dude.
Brilliant. The smoke monster changes significantly over the series. Initially, it behaves like an invisible dinosaur, mechanical creature. Strange clicking noises, pulling people through the jungle, physically attacking. Okay, that's literally in the
Black
pilot.
Mist.
Can we give grace for the pilot episode? They didn't even know if it was going to be a show.
They didn't?
That's how pilots work. You make the pilot and you sell the pilot.
Oh yeah, they had the whole. Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
that's what a pilot is.
No, you have planning in case it does. Like, dude, I like screenwriting, okay? I enter film competitions all the fucking time. I place quarterfinalists. Some of my work was promoted on some of the websites that I've been on, that I enter these competitions on. I refuse to believe that you're only planning for a pilot and not a series. Yes, the pilot's important, but you have the overarching of a story there, at least for the
That's not what
first
I'm saying.
season.
What I'm saying is that, okay, fine. If we want to say that the smoke monster changes and goes from this and like in the pilot, it pulls the guy out of the plane. There's a pilot.
We're
it pulls
still
it
doing
out
that throughout the fucking show, though, right?
Not really, because well, actually, yeah, it does.
It was.
It does. When we go to the temple, it throws everybody around. It throws
Yeah.
it throws fucking Richard.
And even when the people when they connect with the other half of the plane, they've been fighting the Black Mist for like fucking months.
And then the other thing about the clicking noises and stuff, that was then explained to not be the Man in Black. It was the souls of the people that were stuck on the island, like the people that you see who die but are still on the island. I don't want to say any names specifically. I mean, if there was ever a show, because I also fell off of Lost the first time I watched it, because there is a lull.
I think everybody does.
Season 3, episode 4 to episode 7. Definitely filler. Definitely they weren't exactly sure where they were going to go, and that's where I fell off. But if you push through that, that's 3 episodes way into the series, basically halfway into the series, where there's a lot to hang on to, even if that's, they're just kind of in the cages where, the bears were, which is an explanation, not a retcon. Other than that, I do understand if you did not finish it, why you're like, because of how well everything, besides the fact that some of the actors, like the meta stuff, besides the fact that some of the actors, like, I would have loved to see what they did with Libby and Mr. Echo. But other than that, the story, it works perfectly. I've seen it 6 times. I've watched it in chronological order. I've watched the time before. So the most recent time I watched it, it was a chronological loss. The time before that, it was a third rewatch, and then seasons 5 and 6 I watched again. Because it's just that good. It's just that good. And so this was my thinking with the Dune thing. Similar kind of thing.
No, that didn't happen. So I don't know. You guys tell me, if you are a book reader and you watch the show, do you feel like you enjoyed it more because of what you knew from the books, or do you feel like the diversion from the books created more things for you to dislike? Because even, like, shout out to the YT channel, Alt Shift X. If you guys are fans of this universe and...
Bro, tell me you know about Alt Shift X.
No.
I don't want to even forget, so I'm giving you a link right now. Holy fucking shit. Actually, I don't even think... He probably just put the Hot D thing out.
I'm typing it in right now on my phone.
Yeah, really, just pick anything there. It's fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. Okay. Game of Thrones universe stuff.
See, I haven't read, well, no, I've read House of the Dragons, but that was like fucking 8-9 years ago. Like it's been a while. So I really don't remember the book.
Yeah, interesting. I don't know why this is bugging out. It's my my fucking
but this season is where a lot of people die.
Oh, whatever. Boom. Nikki said, I read the Hannibal book series, and the movies were a bitter disappointment. Hannibal Lecter was nerfed. This is why I will never purposely read a book before I watch the adaptation. It's always going to be better in the book. Why would you ruin your viewing experience by reading the book first? If you know, you know.
I remember watching that for the first time and just yelling at my fucking TV. Like, this is before I read the books or anything. I'm just like, what the fuck's going on?
I knew that I knew that something was going on because I'd never read the books, and then I was like, oh, fantasy, I don't really give a shit about that. And people were like, no, like, bro, you're gonna want to check this out. But it wasn't until after season 7. So I binged everything. I was like, all right, final season, let's go. And
why are you so mad about the ending? Because I can make the argument that I knew this was going to happen the whole fucking time, and I'm going to tell you why. The moment Daenerys burned this, well, I'm going to spoil this for people, so if you don't want to hear it, fuck off. But anyways, the moment she, and I remember reading the books too, especially how the books played out. The moment she burned the slave masters of Astapor and took control of a slave army, she is just like her grandfather. She just thinks she's not.
So
that's all it was. I knew she was crazy. I knew it.
I agree with you, but the ending still sucked for the exact same reason that people dislike the ending of, the final season of How I Met Your Mother. In both cases, they did too much, and then shrunk everything. They did too much and spent too much screen time on bullshit.
There should have been an extra season. There should have been one more season to Game of Thrones.
If everything that happened in season 8 of Game of Thrones happened over the course of 4 to 5 seasons, 10 out of 10, no notes. Because all of the plot points work. But the way that it happens, especially when we have people teleporting, fucking Grey Worm's in the street, like, what are you doing? No. Like, I'm on the way, and Jon Snow's on the way to the Queen, and then he's just standing there. How did you get there, bro?
It's a fucking TV show, dude. Like, it.
At that level, you don't get
just
that great.
How it is.
No, if you're doing a sitcom, that's not How I Met Your Mother, because How I Met Your Mother.
You don't have to get the grace. They still do it. That's just how cinema is. Like if you wanted a truly realistic movie, it's not going to happen. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that is exactly the fact that Arya was the one to take him out. That's, I mean, just a silly.
I didn't mind that.
I mean, it was
because you wanted Jon Snow to slice that motherfucker in half.
That was the whole fucking thing. That's the whole thing. I mean, I don't even think, especially
everyone's
because
just pissed off because they didn't want the things to happen, or the things that they wanted to happen didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And okay.
If they happened, then I would have been happy with it.
No, you wouldn't have. You would have said it's fucking media court. You would have said it's mid. Every time the writer gives people what they want, they are disappointed.
Okay, I'm not people.
Every fucking time.
I'm not people. I know. I know what I like. I know what I want, and I know how to put the pieces together well enough. Maybe not to put the pieces together, but I can acknowledge where the pieces should be once I see it. So I'm not going to be able to come up with the story like A Song of Ice and Fire. But
and yes, Podesta, they just Valerian steel kills them. Why? Yes, that's all you have to do is stab it and it dies. That's kind of been established.
Yeah, but there was
Valerian steel kills them.
Right, but there was no point in anything that they did. Unless
there's no point.
What was the point of having the Dothraki out front?
Oh, to try and minimize the attack. Like it's try to get rid of the brunt of the attack. That's what I would think.
But they before what's her face, they didn't even have any fucking Valerian steel or fire. They just had their hook things on a horse, which the dead also had horses. So that was just sending them to their death. We kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet. And so, like, if these things were put together and there was a reason that Arya was the one, instead of, well, we just wanted to subvert expectations. Shut up! Fucking gay shit.
I'm not 100% happy with the way it ended, but like it's not that big of a deal, dude. Like it's still a good show. The ending was okay.
I mean, I'm
not gonna say it's horrible.
This is gonna be a big.
I've read all the books. I'm still waiting on George R.R. Martin to release The Winds of fucking Winter. That's never gonna fucking come out. It's not. It's not, dude. He's gonna die, and then they're gonna do like unpublished works, and it's still not gonna be fucking done. I know the first 30 pages leaked online.
Well, but I kind of feel like that's on him. I feel like that's on him. Like,
he's already talked about it. He's already talked about it. He's like, well, originally when writing the books, it was about money, and now I have all the money I want. So he's not like, he said this.
That's fair.
Like, it really came down to I have so much money.
That's fair. It's a little disappointing that somebody who has that level of skill is just in it for the money, but totally fair. Totally fair. Oh, definitely. And like I'm just not going to read a book that I know does not conclude.
Oh, Lux, there's so okay. Look, there's so many plot lines that Game of Thrones didn't like side stuff that Game of Thrones didn't really talk about. Like for instance, the band of brothers, right? The ones that kidnapped Arya and stuff. They brought Catelyn Stark back from the dead, and she was a fucking like half zombie going on a murder rampage with the Freys. That was fucking cool.
Yep.
Like to read that was really cool. But you know, there's just little stuff like that and shit.
This is similar. Did you check out what is it called? The Widow's Bay?
What?
Widow's Bay is an Apple show.
No, I've never heard of that.
It's like I don't necessarily agree with this, but a lot of people say it's like a horror version of Parks and Rec. So they're that kind of like millennial cringe humor where it's like the joke is, well, that was weird. It's not like mockumentary style, but that type of humor.
Yeah.
But it's about
What We Do in the Shadows or some shit. That show is hilarious as fuck.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, right.
It's a fucking it's a show that's done as like a reality show with actual vampires. Like you know what I mean?
Oh, I think I tried to watch that and I was like, not really,
I thought it was
not
funny.
really hitting. But yeah, I know about Lady Stoneheart. I know about I mean, a lot of that shit's from Alt Shift X, and so that's the other aspect of it is that people are doing deep dives on this and doing a 1 hour video about a specific exactly that. So like, I'll just watch that. Put it on 2X. We good to go, baby. We good to go. But yeah, Widow's Bay was a show that everybody loves. That it makes perfect sense based on the stuff that we were talking about earlier. Why I liked it, but I didn't love it. And so it's about this guy who moves to a small island town and like a seafaring town, and it's really quiet and whatever. But he's trying to like, oh, this is going to be the next Hamptons. And he's trying to like do stuff. But you know, there's a thing with people who are born on the island, they can't leave, and then like bad stuff happens on the island, and they're like, oh, you can't bring people here, and so it goes through that. And I'm trying to not say anything that I don't want to say, but I mean, and it's good. It's interesting. It has a good story. It has strong characters, but there's just a little bit of that oomph missing from it for me. Like, again, the aspect of, oh, I wonder how he's going to do this, or I wonder why he did that, or I wonder if this character is going to do... I just didn't get any of that. And so, like, I was sitting along, enjoying the ride, fair enough, but, you know, everybody's like, oh my God, this is the best show of the year.
You don't like the Saw movies, do you?
Oh, I love the Saw movies. I just rewatched all of them.
Oh, okay. I mean, because it has a lot to do with you don't know what's going on right now, but you do at the end.
Right. Okay. Great example. But at no point when you're watching the Saw movies are you like, I'm lost. You understand that this is going to be, this is connected to something like that. I'm not saying that every scene has to be, okay, this is what's happening and that's what's happening. But the visual storytelling is there so that you do remember it. You don't have to remember it. It comes back up when it becomes relevant. Versus other shows where it's like there's so much stuff that's not memorable that like, okay, if you remember it when the thing comes up, oh yeah, that's the thing. But I don't remember it because I didn't care enough.
I mean, that's fair.
Flight of the Conchords. Isn't that a song?
It's Flight of the Valkyries.
Okay, that was close.
It might be a song too.
Well, and yeah, so like there was I don't have to look it up, but there was a show, it was like a heist show that Giancarlo Esposito did. It was a Netflix show. And the thing about it was, I think there was like 6 episodes and everybody got a different order. So each episode was a color. And so, like, you might get like red, white, pink, green, blue, whatever, but you could watch the show in any order, and it still made sense. And depending on which episodes you watch in which order, it recontextualizes it. That's really cool. I was very happy that the initial one that I got was really good. And then like when I watched it in different orders, it was just, interesting to see. But that one was really cool. Like chronology, I think, is another big thing for me. I don't know why, but that was a big thing with Sopranos.
It's just your preferences. They're your preferences.
My preferences. Shout out to what the fuck is his name? Emmett. Yeah, Memento's great. All the comedy is considered wildly offensive now. That's
the majority of comedy.
Yeah,
comedy's too fucking tame.
You see Memento?
No, I've never even heard of it. I'm like dude. Okay, look, I'm in a very small sci-fi and fantasy bubble. Those are like and some post-apocalyptic, but those are the things that I'm
isn't it a Nolan movie? Pretty sure it's a Nolan
Memento's
movie.
a Christopher. Oh, dude. Speaking of Nolan, what are your expectations of the Odyssey?
I don't know.
Mine have drastically dropped.
I'm right here. Why?
Because he's basing it off of a translation done by a fucking feminist.
Oh,
yeah, dude. When I found this out, I was like, oh, we're fucked. It's going to be a shit movie. I'm still going to see it. But, like, when I found that out, I think like a month and a half ago, I'm like, oh, why would you do this? Why would you do this? Why? Yeah, you have an all-star fucking cast. You are set up for success. Just go off of Edith Hamilton's translation. It's a good fucking translation.
I definitely know who those are. Yeah, I mean that I do still want to see it because it was filmed completely on IMAX cameras, and I can't remember the last time I watched like an IMAX specific movie, and so I'm probably gonna do it just for that.
I saw Avatar 2 in IMAX. It was fucking great. It was great. I was high as fuck the whole
time. Hold on. We can't skip over Memento. So if you don't want to go watch this movie right now based on this explanation, then I don't know. You're lost. So the story is told in two different ways. So there are some scenes that are in color and some scenes that are in black and white. The scenes that are in color, this is Memento.
What year?
2001-ish.
Okay, it's older.
Older, but not like an old movie, yeah.
Yeah.
It was definitely before Batman Begins, for sure, but recently before that. So half of the movie is the scenes are in chronological order, and I believe it's the black and white scenes where you see the last scene of the movie first. So it'll be like the last scene of the movie, then essentially the first scene of the movie, then the second to last of the movie.
Oh
then
shit,
the
you
third.
froze.
Oh, did I freeze? God damn it! But
yeah, you did.
Hold on, wait. Let me see where my.
You're back now, but everything stopped for like 2 seconds.
Yeah, so you have the last scene is first, then the first scene is second, then you have the second to last scene, then you have the second scene, then you have the third to last scene, and then you have the third scene. And so it's like a detective thing where you got to kind of put together what is the story. It's very mystery like, and the main character, the way that the reason they do it like that. The reason they do it like that is because the main character has a memory issue, and so the different scenes are just like what he can remember before he switches his thought. Then he just has no short-term memory. Very, very well done. I mean, that's like classic.
You've seen Shutter Island before, right?
Oh yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
That was a good movie. You can only watch that movie once, though.
Really? No, I think I've seen that. Oh,
dude, I think, dude, the biggest reveal, like it's so much better when you don't know the ending. It's because the reveal at the end is just like, holy shit. Yeah, I don't know. If you haven't watched Shutter Island, you should. It's a great movie.
I like rewatching those movies where like the pull of at least your first watch is the big twist at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you said you didn't see Obsession, right?
No.
I think Obsession would be. I think you would be impressed with Obsession in the sense that you said you. I know you said you mainly fantasy and sci-fi, but you're into horror as well.
Yeah.
And then what about like not like ghosts and ghouls, but like thriller type of horror?
Yeah.
Where it's horror, but so then I think you'll love it because it's a very basic.
Alien
like,
was an
premise.
amazing movie. The
Which
original Alien.
Oh yeah.
What was Sigourney Weaver? Have you seen that? Please tell me you've seen that.
I've seen that one. I haven't seen any of the other ones.
Aliens is the best out of the whole series. It's a different. Okay, and everyone says the first Alien movie sucks. No, it's not. It's a different type of movie. It's just a different type of movie. It's a horror thriller.
Never seen The Sixth Sense.
I haven't either. I haven't
we both
either.
know the end, right? We both know the end. No, never seen it. You know the end, right? Everybody knows the end.
I don't. I'm pretty sure it's been told to me, but I've never seen it.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to remind you because that you should go watch because it would probably be pretty fun. But because I know the ending, that's one of those movies that, like, yes, I would enjoy rewatching it if I had experienced that twist. But without the twist, then you know.
But Aliens,
guys, I hope you realize
more action oriented.
I hope you guys realize that I'm sitting here. We're just bullshitting about movies. With fucking 20 points away, right? What is it? Scroll up there. What do we got? 225. Dude,
Alien is a horror thriller, Podesta.
25 points with double points on $1. That's fair.
It's horror thriller.
It's a what thriller?
It's a horror / thriller.
Okay. Yeah. So the Obsession like really goes on that line, which is why I specifically asked. And it's not like a brand new type of story. It's a story we know. It's a wish gone wrong story. And I mean, it's not even a spoiler to say that the main guy is in love with the girl and makes a wish that that she loves him. And then the movie just explores how that goes wrong. But because this was the Curry Barker movie, the YouTuber. And so it's low budget. It's very grounded. Like it's just stuff happening. But the way the tension, the acting, like the girl, if she doesn't win some kind of fucking Emmy, Oscar, whatever the fuck it is, especially for the no scene. Even if you don't see it, then you're gonna see that scene as a meme somewhere. That no. Ah, perfect. And like she just does such a good job of embodying that crazy fucking girl. So I will leave you with this. Oh. God damn it. Why is it fucking doing this? Oh, we're just gonna have to watch it like that.
This is going to sound hyperbolic, but this was the scariest movie I have ever seen. Follow along for deep dives on movies and TV. I just made
like that hook
on
TikTok
about how saying one of the most terrifying parts of this is that like I've been with crazy girls, but I've never been with like a crazy girl. But, I mean, the whole thing, top to bottom, just beautifully done. I wish I had the specific words to label all of these different aspects, but I just gotta talk about it. Every single scene of this movie is either character building or directly the plot or both.
And that's why my subheading is there's no fat on this movie. Every moment
that's how you properly write a movie.
Yep.
Very quickly, I resonated with the main guy. I just watched. I forget his name. The main guy. And the fact
Never
that
seen 8mm.
You see him go from, so quiet and then comfortable in the relationship and then just terrified. It all felt so real. And then at the very end, spoilers, but when she...
all right. So then we won't do that. So I'll leave you there. But I'll put it in the chat if you don't care, or if you want to see it, if you don't mind stuff being spoiled. I'll put it in there. I don't spoil anything. But yeah, that is... Well, I was just gonna say the only thing is I need to see Backrooms. Those were the three movies. weird how this happens, right? They have the 3 YouTube movies. I saw Iron Lung, and I turned it off because it wasn't my vibe, but I could tell, like, oh, this is, well, if this is your thing, then it's fucking awesome. It's a claustrophobic kind of movie where this guy wakes up and he's like in an environment and he doesn't know what's going on and he has to find it. WeFlix. Go to WeFlix.org. God damn it. WeFlix.org. Well, of course, it's not.
I haven't seen Backrooms yet, but I want to.
Oh, nice. I love the Duplass brothers. They always put out. Is that they're behind Backrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm watching that tonight. Then I'm watching that tonight. So
their next project is a fucking docudrama series.
Yeah,
they've done a lot of docudrama stuff too.
Right, exactly. So if you're a Markiplier fan, you're definitely gonna love Iron Lung. It's well done. It's an interesting story. Oh, really? Now I'm definitely watching.
I thought the Duplass brothers worked on it. Hold on.
Between because of the way people are talking about Backrooms, it's between Backrooms and Obsession for best movie of the year. I don't care that we're only halfway through the year. Hollywood does not have the capability to do this any better. Yeah, damn. All right, Moy, we're gonna take you out. I'm gonna take you out. I know you gotta pee.
Right. Mark Duplass was in it. Yeah.
Which one?
He was an actor. He played Phil.
Which one? Which movie?
Mark Duplass.
No, I mean which
Backrooms.
movie? Oh, okay, nice. The director.
So I'm assuming they had a hand in some other things as well.
Yeah. So those are the 3. YouTuber movies. Backrooms was one of those movies we were watching theaters about afterwards. Let's fucking go! And I love A24. Yeah. So again, guys, last chance. I probably am going to be live tomorrow, but I'm not promising. But this might be your last chance.
Don't let all that money go to waste, assholes.
I'm just saying.
Don't let it all go to waste.
Y'all been giving me money. So, again, how many people do we have here? Okay. Sunday morning or Monday morning for Substack. Would you prefer, because I mean, it's 1 week, so it doesn't matter too much, but I kind of like to just pick one and stick with it. But do you think it'd be better you get it Sunday morning and throughout the week you fucks with it, or you get it Monday morning when you're going to be into reading stuff?
I say Sunday.
That's what I was thinking. Especially because I have the show Monday, so there's enough time for people to see some of it, and maybe I could reference it, get other people to go, and yeah, it's free. And so that's what I'll do. We'll leave you with this. We'll leave you with the Substack and what kind of thing you can expect. So right now I just have the first post, American culture versus white culture, and you just click on the thing and you can hit subscribe right there. You got some shit. I got a video there talking about that and just telling you this is what. Actually, fuck it. Let's read through it. My first post. LOL. Damn. Hello, future Lutch and disciples. Let's all laugh at how little the guy writing this knew what he was getting into. We're not there yet. There's just so much that I want to talk about that doesn't really fit into the streams I do. I'll assume if you're reading this, you came from YouTube, but just in case, everybody wants to. It might be just a short news story that I can't stretch over hours. And it's not worth making into a video because then I have to worry about playing to the algorithm. Whereas here, I can write with you guys in mind instead. There's going to be a much wider scope here on Substack compared to what you'll see on YouTube, but it's still me. It's the same what you've known. This is just more of it. And so this is an example of one segment that would be in the weekly thing. And so there's a short video here.
It's the heartbeat of the World Cup. Fans feeling the rhythm of Senegal's drums in New Jersey. The power of Norway's Viking Row on Boston's escalators. And the sounds of Scottish bagpipes blaring on New York's East River. Another factor uniting fans around the globe is actually their sampling of American culture.
Bro, it's so hilarious. The videos that I've seen. Oh my gosh, look at all this soda. Oh my gosh, look at the portion sizes. Like
secrets.
I love Buc-ee's. So cute.
And so, I mean, same kind of thing.
Also, the mind-blowing revelation that is the Cheesecake Factory.
My taste buds have been
blessed. And the wonder of...
And so we have that video, right? So you would watch a 4-minute video, but 47 seconds, you kind of get the point. And then also maybe you see American culture versus white culture, and you just don't care about that part. So you scroll by it, and there'll be another segment. But if you do, so you watch the video, said I've been wanting to highlight the let's zoom in a little more. I've been wanting to highlight the notion that specifically Europeans coming to America are amazed. Let's see, I should have put for the World Cup because the timing. But specifically Europeans coming to America for the World Cup are amazed with the culture, the food, hospitality, and every other amazing thing about the U.S. This is proof that what is amazing about this nation is not whiteness or any other skin color. White nationalists love to talk about white culture as if that's something other than redneck stereotypes. The Europeans are predominantly white already, and whom is being referenced when talking up white nationalism? It's not the whiteness. It's the American culture that they love, regardless of their color or heritage. This should absolutely put to bed the argument as to what exactly is being exalted in Western chauvinism. It's the culture we all share, not a skin color. Boom. And so that's what we're doing here. I may have other videos or articles that I'll share if relevant, but the idea is that I collect a bunch of things I like, a bunch of things like what you just read throughout the week, and you get one email a week that contains the thoughts that either couldn't fit into a stream or just didn't really have to do with the niche of the YouTube channel. Really hope to be able to connect with some of you more, and what streamer doesn't want to be endlessly and thoroughly understood? More to come in the future. Let me know if you have any thoughts or suggestions, and I'm happy to look into things that you want me to talk about. Boom. And so again, that is only that would be one segment. So like right now I have a Google Doc going, and oh, that's the bottom. So just like there's a bunch of shit, bro. And like this right here, the Dean Withers Jubilee thing, timestamps. So like I can't cover that on here, but I have the link there. You click the link and you can watch it all with me. And again, this is just my Google Doc for the thing. But yeah, that's what it is. Hey, shout out to Nikki with the $2 make you holla. Thank you so very, very much. And I think a beautiful way. Where are we at? $2 is $4 or 4 points, and that is $2.29. 4 out of 5 and 17 out of 25. So I'm just saying, guys. 99 cents means Morty gets peanut butter, and I gotta do push-ups. Just saying. Nikki, Dark Angel P. Nope. Thank you so very, very much. Yeah, they also they charge YouTube taxes me as well, so that's why it is always better to go through the apps, the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. They are not going to steal your money, whereas YouTube takes 30%. 30%.
That's not horrible, but that's not great.
Yep. And so I'll drop the link one more time so that you guys can go subscribe. Again, it's absolutely free. And worst case scenario, you get one extra email a week that you don't like. Best case scenario, you got a bunch more shit that I couldn't fit in the stream. All right. Well, we'll see if that 99 cents comes in. But for the moment, I'm going to give Avery the floor. Whatever you would like to say, whether about the moon, whether about movies, TV, Lost, A24, Obsession, Backrooms, whatever it is that you would like. I'm vamping. I wonder if they're going to pick up on it. But the floor is yours.
How y'all doing tonight? I think we did go to the moon. I think all the theories behind it are kind of bullshit. I mean, and the reason why people want to say, "Oh, we lost the original blueprints and this, that, and the other," and I remember looking into this a while back, and if you do the research, you're going to realize that the blueprints that these things were made on decay over time. I think a lot of them were done on film. Over time, that film decays, and so if they don't copy it to another form of storage, then it decays over time. Like someone was saying on the fucking stream earlier, I believe they do have copies, maybe not full copies, but I think they have copies of damn near everything. So I don't know. I just think it's really stupid to think that we didn't do that. And going to the moon isn't as easy as people think. I mean, back then they were sending, it was a literal fucking tin can. It's not, now we have so much more safety precautions that we're trying to do. We're trying to do this the right way. So that's why it's taking a lot longer. And we don't just want to go to the moon. We want to go to Mars. We want to go to other planets. That's why SpaceX is designing a rocket not to just get us to the moon, but to get us interplanetary. So I think that's why it's taking a lot longer.
Dilly, well said. Thank you. So, thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Hopefully, in the future, some of you will grow some balls and come through. And oh my goodness, a doll hair has come through. You guys know what that means. So, Avery, I'm gonna kick your ass out of here. Thank you so very, very much, Glow, for the $1. It is time for push-ups and peanut butter. Let's fucking go. Where is it? Ah, hold on. Where are we? There we go. All right. Oh, hey, thank you. So very, very much. Let's get Morty his peanut butter. Although he did have diarrhea today. Fuck it! I'm just gonna give him the spoon because it's easier for him than the thing. All right. 25 is what? 12? 12. We can do 12, no problem. Let's fucking go. Full send. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and what? For good luck. Let's fucking go. Yeah. You got your peanut butter. Yeah. Thank you. So very, very much. Good Lord. Good shit. Thank you. So very, very much. See, teamwork makes the dream work, guys. We don't need the sugar daddy. We love funk, but we do not need a sugar daddy. Oh my goodness. Oh, that feels good. I haven't done push-ups in a minute, and it feels good. With that being said, I'm more out of breath from that than I thought it would be. But you saw that full extension. I was like, if we're only doing 12, I'm going hard. And I'm proud of myself. And I'm proud of you guys. Shout out to all of the donations. Thank you. So, very, very much. We had Glow with 4 months. My goodness. A little Venmo. A little more on Venmo. Then we had Avery. We had Nikki with the Canadian 2. Thank you so very, very much. And just like that, a doll hair makes the difference. Thank you. And of course, that is 2 points. So where does that leave us? 231. And of course, we hit the goal. 5 there. And 18 out of 20, just so we know where we're at. Damn. What is that? 19 points. I want to give you guys a shot. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be live tomorrow. I want this movie night. I love hanging out with you guys. I love what you guys exposed me to. And, that person who came in earlier, if you saw it, they're like, oh, come in. I was going to do a whole thing, but I actually am saving it for the Substack and whatever is earliest. I want everything to go in chronological release order. Not but in release order. But yeah, just a little sneak peek. It was very frustrating because you guys know that I love to engage with your chats. I try to, answer everyone that I can. I rarely miss a comment. Sometimes I forget, like sometimes it gives me a notification and sometimes it doesn't. And so sometimes I forget to go back and check. But even if I go back and check, then you might get a heart on a comment that you left 2 weeks ago just because, oh shit, I forgot to check that. Every single comment. And someone, there was, like I said, the Walter White video that I was responding to someone on TikTok that was saying that Walter White is sexist because of how he treats women. I was like, that's just a weird framing. Like, he's a bad guy, he's evil, but like sexist is not really how that works. And like, if you think about it, you're like, yeah, he does bad things to women, but he only kills one woman and he kills a bunch of dudes throughout the whole thing. So whatever. And then the person that we're talking about comments on the YouTube short, well, there's more men in the drug trade than women. I'm like, yeah, so it makes sense that he's not killing as many women. That's my fucking point. And he goes, oh, was this AI? Whatever. And so it pissed me off. I'm like, yo, you are the fucking reason. You are the reason that people get to this stage and like, oh, okay, I'm just going to ignore everybody because if I engage, I lose. The first words were, oh, totally fair. And then I just added more of my opinion. He's like, was this written by AI? It's like, bro, why did I just spend 5 minutes reading your bullshit and then responding if you're just going to give me shit? Don't be the reason that other people get ignored. Now, I ain't going to get no Fitbit. Put that in the Discord. The Bob Saget instead of the other F slur. That wasn't working. But it doesn't, Saget doesn't, the S is too soft. I like the F. Fucking Fitbit. I don't love it. We'll work on it. But, yeah. And so, like, I was like, look, if you think that I'm so dumb that I added on to what you were saying, even though I agreed with it, but I slightly agreed with a different part, come on through. Come into the studio, and you can make me look stupid in front of everybody. Showed up to be like, oh, well, and then gone forever. Gone forever into the ether like all the other losers. And then he tries to go, oh, it's good to know that this is what you think of your viewers. Is that what I think of my viewers? Or is that what I think of you? Who I've never seen before, never seen your name. Maybe you watch every single time, but first time you decide to say anything was fucking retarded. Sorry. That's what it is. That's what it is. W glow, W everybody. One more time. Look at it. Just look at it. Just look at it. And we got our, oh my lord. Licked it clean. You can see right through it. Oh, last thing, real quick. I was thinking about, I don't know how this never occurred to me, because you guys are always like, oh, you need a new chair. Oh, your mic sucks. Oh, you need this, you need that. And it's like, yeah, I know that, but I don't have the fucking money for that. And so it's a different thing to be like, hey, can you just give me money? Versus using a wish list. But Then I was like, I mean, I don't really need any like trinket type stuff. Like I need the equipment to create I want to make a better show. I want the experience to be better for all of us. And so I found this platform. I don't know if it's an app or a site or whatever, called Throne. It's specifically made for creators where you could put a wish list and people can donate to a specific thing. And so like if you hate that my microphone bugs out all the time, then that will be on there, and you don't have to buy me a new microphone because it needs another new arm and then a wire and then an interface, but all those things will be on there. Maybe you throw $5 towards this and be like, I want to see this succeed. I want to get it bigger. If not, like I've always said, this is always a free show. Nothing. The only price of admission is hitting the like button and engaging in the chat. And even that, you don't really got to do. You just got to hit the like button. But I know that some of you do see at least a little bit of what I see in this, and you want to be, like Indie Film wanted to be part of the ground floor, and so he's like, "Hey, let me run your merch store." I don't see any. I pay him to wear my own shirts. I want this to be a community, and I've been talking about, if you want to be a clips editor, you will make more money than because I'm already established somewhat. And so if you put out clips of the Indian Jesus on your channel, you'll get monetized pretty goddamn quickly. I mean, not like that. I'm not that big. But it's a way that you're already watching the stream. Just take a point on the fucking timestamp, clip it up, put it up, and then we could both be tagged. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. And then you keep whatever money is from you. So point being that I think we all we all see something, and whether it's me personally or the points that I'm making about the outside world, I think you guys, especially those of you who are here right now, you definitely get it. And so, just another thing to put out there, that if you enjoy it and you want to, then it is there. If not, there's absolutely no pressure. Just want to let y'all know. The Substack, though, I'm going to be a little offended if you don't subscribe to a free Substack. The worst possible thing that happens is you never read a fucking thing and you get one extra email a week. So go subscribe. Subscribe. That is my cue to go the fuck to bed. Thank you guys so very, very much. Despite what that fruitcake, that Fitbit was saying, I know that you guys could be doing anything else in the world, which I always say and always mean. And so I very, very, very much appreciate the fact that you are using your time to be here with me and the Overlord. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it because it's more than words. But I got to say something. So I'll just say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, guys, we've got the Overlord, and I have been your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, definitely tomorrow, 99%. Unless something bad happens. Let's not jinx that. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.